everybody. I don't have COVID, I promise. So, good morning, and I would like to say thank you to everybody that came today. We do have a couple of people that will be online because they are not able to physically come here today due to different situations, which is fine. They pre-registered, and that's a great thing. And I can't say thank you enough. I know for the last 2 years, well, we've been stymied on different aspects, and the one main thing was COVID, as we all know. The first year, our first year we've missed, that was hard to stomach that one because we were in the planning process, everything was moving forward, and we immediately had to halt everything. So we tried to push everybody to different ways to learning, and we're going to experience that today, some of the things that we took apart and used, and hopefully that you all can use back at your stations, your communities, and in the support of that very reason. If I could get Dr. Delbridge and the Fire Marshal down to do welcomes with me. Come on down. I just wanted to say thank you, and I'll start with the Fire Marshal.
Thank you. Good morning. How's everybody? Good to see everybody back. And here in beautiful College Park. It's a College Park kind of day for me and Kenny because we got College Park's banquet tonight as well. So we're going to be spending the day here. But appreciate everybody turning out. Thank you so much for what you do each and every day. You know, unfortunately, we lost 3 folks in fires yesterday down in southern Maryland. One we couldn't prevent. It was an arson homicide. Can't prevent those. But the suspect's in custody, and that's a good thing. So, and then the other one was in Calvert County, and I'm not sure if that's going to end up being a fire just yet or not. But still, they're out there. We need to get out into the communities now that this COVID thing is subsiding for a little bit. I'm sure the doc's going to say, wait a minute. But no, I mean, that's the only way we're going to work on this complacency issue, as you well know with everything else. I mean, the folks, they just don't believe that fire is going to happen to them. And each and every day, it's happened somewhere else. It's happened in southern Maryland. It's not going to happen to me in Frederick County, or it's not going to happen to me up in Washington County or wherever else I'm at. So, again, take advantage of those opportunities to get out into the community. Try to, if some event going on or some fair or something going on or some other agency working in the parks or doing something, or you're on the water and NRP's doing something, hey, pick up the phone and invite yourself. Hey, can we come in and be there with you, and talk to folks. Because really that's the only way we're going to be able to get through to these people is really talking to them and letting them know the situations that they're in with fires and how fast they are and how short amount of time they have to get out of their homes now once that smoke alarm goes off. So, and again, it just goes back to those, again, I've talked about it before, but those 5 basic messages. Smoke alarms, escape plans, close before you doze, get out, stay out, call that 911, make that call, as quickly as possible. That's the basic message that we just need to get out there. And if we do that, we save a lot of lives. And clearly we are. I mean, clearly the smoke alarms that we have with the 10-year sealed battery, the residential sprinklers, we're saving more lives than we are losing folks. But we still see quite a few folks' lives lost. We lost 9 children last year. 9 children. And again, a lot of the seniors as well. So our vulnerable populations are still vulnerable. And, the one from yesterday was a child as well in the arson homicide. So again, focus on those folks, focus on those vulnerable populations, where they are in your communities. But keep getting the messages out there, keep pushing. Thoughts and prayers are good, but I want you to get out there and be like the guy in the movie who opens the window and says, "I'm mad as hell and I can't take it anymore." That's what I want you to feel, and make that difference. I want to thank Teresa and Cindy for all the work that they do, not only for this, but for each and every day. You guys are out there doing it, and I appreciate that so much. The ambassadors, thank you to you all what you do, being out there talking to folks at your level, talking to kids and everything else. So appreciate that program as well. It's tremendous help here in the state where we have the ambassadors throughout the state going out there and talking about fire prevention and life safety. So thank you so much for that. Enjoy the rest of your day. We've got some great content coming up that I can see. And again, appreciate everything you all do. And again, thanks for being here. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Delbert.
Hey there, good morning. I'll be super brief. I don't want to stand in the way of the really important agenda that is planned. Thank you to everybody for being here and to the television audience as well. This is the hard work. You know, last year in Maryland, there were more motor vehicle crash fatalities than any year in a really long time, and that was despite fewer people on the highway. We have one of the best EMS systems in the United States, and yet our cardiac arrest resuscitation rate is not much better than anybody else, really. It's really good if somebody does CPR before EMS gets there, and if somebody puts an automatic external defibrillator on the person, then we excel. But we have to get to that part first where the system is activated. We do a really good job at celebrating really miraculous saves and incidents, and we plan a lot for the big response, but the really hard work is what y'all are about here this morning. It's about preventing the whatever, the fire, the car crash, the cardiac arrest. You know, we count numbers of house fires put out, but it's harder to count the number of house fires we prevented. We can count lives lost. It's a lot harder to count the number of lives we saved. It's a lot harder to count the number of children and adults alike who didn't bonk their head when they fell off their bicycle because they were wearing a helmet. And so this is the really, really hard work. It's a lot more difficult to celebrate, but I celebrate you all for being here. Thanks. The first step is educating, and being here about being better educators is really super duper important, and it's the really hard work. So thanks for being here, and I'll get out of the way.
Good morning. I'm standing in for Director Mike Cox on behalf of President Pines, President of the University of Maryland, Director Cox, and the entire faculty and staff. Welcome. We're glad that we can host the seminar today. Unfortunately, there are a couple rules that we have to follow. President Pines has not lifted the mask mandate in classrooms. In the hall, in the break rooms, in the restrooms, you don't have to have on a mask. In the classroom, you do. So please, don't put us in jeopardy. Please put your mask on, wear it while you're in the classroom. I am management here, and I don't have that authority. So, and the fire marshal and I have already spoken, and he doesn't have that authority. So, please, if you will, just follow those rules. There's a very good agenda. You are the #1 people out throughout the state delivering the message. Unfortunately, it's difficult to see how well your efforts are other than every evening on the 6 o'clock news when you don't see a fire, you don't see some kind of safety incident, you can think you had an impact. So keep up the good work, welcome, and have a good day. Thank you.
I did get a message from President McCrae and President Watham, and they thanked us for being here today. Due to other commitments, they couldn't attend. But everybody know Johnny had his surgery yesterday, and I told her, I said, come on, you better have a better time here than there. So for the next 4 months, he has to be, had complete shoulder replacement, and he's now stuck to a brace to his arm, so it's going to be kind of daunting for a while. First off, I'd like to thank everybody for coming today, more than anything. And thank you for allowing me to bring people in here to help educate Maryland. I think that's our most important goal. I would also like to thank MIFRI and Nims and the Fire Marshal's office for the unwavering support that we receive each time we do these presentations and programs. To the Fire Marshal Geraci, dude, you know, I try my best. And I'm just trying to make Maryland better. That's all I can say. To Chris May, thank you, buddy. I know there's hockey going on, so if everybody after today wants to go to Laurel Ice Rink and watch him not play hockey very well, he'll be there. Okay, so this weekend actually is the burn tournament for DC Fire Department's hockey team. So they have a big, huge tournament every year. In the last 2 years, they've not been able to have it, so it's very exciting for that. So I'll be watching that tonight. I would also like to thank all the speakers that came today. The furthest distance award goes to Lenny Carmichael, but we'll get over that later. To Cindy, Holly, Joe Walters, Jim Resnick, Scotty Woods, Timmy Delahaney. Timmy can't be here today because his son's getting married, especially to Chris May. And then to all my planning committees. I can't do this without you all, and I greatly appreciate it. There's one person that I can't say thank you enough. And so forever and ever and ever, this person has been a very big staple in the state of Maryland. And I'm going to take personal preference here. Privilege, I guess. Jim Brown, can you come down, please? Well, one part of this is in my bag, so it fell out of the bag, but I'll take care of you. Everybody, if you've never met Jim Brown was the hardest working man in Nims. So I greatly appreciate it. He's retired now. It's a great loss for the state. I know that you still have your little ties into things because we can't say no. You're going to stay. Once you're part of the Big Shirley family, you're part of the Big Shirley family. So this is a little thank you. The other part fell out, but I'll take care of that in a few minutes. But Jim Brown, I can't say thank you enough. Over in the years, you've always been supportive of this task that we have. Especially, usually we have this in March, but we needed to move it to April because of other conflicts. But and usually we have about 100 and some odd people in this room. But because of limitations, this is what we have. But your efforts, I know, saved thousands of people. So thank you. Thank you. So as I close, I just got a couple of things. If you want credit for today, please do this. Joe Walters created our new seal. We're going to start using the seal on a lot of different things now. There's a QR code. You scan the QR code. If you're an EMT or a paramedic and you get your continuing education, you get 5 hours here for today. And then fill that out. There'll be a section in that so that you can fill it in. If you're not, just skip that. You'll still get the credit. You'll also get a instantaneous certificate for today so that you can turn it into your training. Oh, 3 minutes. Okay, so Cindy tested it. It takes 3 minutes. Yep. And then today I'd like to thank our speakers, Kenny Bush, Jen, Najee Kirby will coming from Safe Kids. MDEM is going to have someone come in, and Bree Duggins. Hold on, Lenny. I'm holding up for you, buddy. So we all had to learn different ways to teach and educate our community. So today we're going to do it 2 ways. One, we're bringing MDEM in to a special way. MDEM is the new term for, Holly, how do you say it? Okay, so last year, under the governor's rule, they were able to become their own body of the state without going through all the different things. So that's a good thing for us, and I think support will be even further for them. And then we have Bree Duggins coming from North Carolina. She is an educator, a good friend of ours, and she actually created some stuff in the very beginning of the pandemic because she's a school teacher, and she had to help the fire service how to create things. Her presentation is on the thumb drive, so everything that we have today on certain things are on there, resources and tools and stuff. So please open that and look at it. And then everybody knows bathrooms over there. Lunch will be here later. We have to say thank you to Cindy and her program because that's how we get lunch here. So I would just like to turn it over to who's doing the introduction. So we have 3 ambassadors, so we have to introduce themselves. Just pass it down and we'll do it this way.
Hi, my name is Ashley Paulson. I am the current Miss Carroll County.
Good morning. My name is Laurie LeGruckman. I am the first runner-up for Carroll County Miss Fire Prevention.
I'm Savannah Rabeski Smith. I'm the Miss Fire Prevention Association.
Carmichael. I met Lenny a couple of years ago. He's now part of the Big Shirley shit show. Sorry to say it that way. But sometimes it is. I think it's important that you listen to what he's talking about. It's going to be about his program, but as an educator, listen to what he's talking to you. Take that back to your community and embrace with how you can talk to your public so that they understand what the fire service does. You know, there's a lot of times that I have fire inspection 1, 2, 3, so boarded in that. I have fire instructor 1, 2, 3, so boarded in that. I take that part of it, and then some 2 years, some days past that part. But I think it's important to keep yourself educated, learn these new things, learn what's going on out there. Just don't stick to fire prevention. There's so many other opportunities that the state offers. We have to embrace those messages so that we can build better tools and resources for our community. So our first speaker this morning is Leonard Carmichael, and he's all the way from Trenton, Florida.
Good morning. So I'd like to introduce Mr. Leonard Carmichael Jr., Deputy Fire Chief of Operations. Leonard Carmichael Jr. retired as a Deputy Fire Chief with the City of Trenton Fire Department of the Fire and Emergency Services. He has over 26 years combined career and volunteer experience in the fire service and has been with the Trenton Fire Department for 26 years, with the assignments of fire suppression, fire rescue and training, firefighter safety and survival, hazardous materials, including an assignment as a hazmat technician with the Trenton Hazmat Task Force 1. Chief Carmichael was appointed as the acting fire director for the department for 10 months between 2010 and 2011. He served as a volunteer starting with the Kingston Volunteer Fire Company in Kingston, New Jersey. He then joined the Nottingham Volunteer Fire Company as associated member and is presently a member with the Mission Fire Company in Boyertown Township. He received his associate's degree in Fire Science Administration from Mercer County Community College with a 4.0 GPA. He currently attends New Jersey City University studying a bachelor's degree in Fire Administration and Accounting. He is an adjunct instructor with the National Fire Academy, serving in capacities as lead instructor, co-instructor, and exercise controller. He is a National Incident Commander for NIMS, for instructors both for the National Fire Academy and the Federal Emergency Management Agency under the Department of Homeland Security. Chief Carmichael serves as an operations and planning section chief for the Atlantic County Type 3 Incident Management Team. He is qualified as a Level 2 instructor with the state of New Jersey. He is an adjunct professor and teaches strategy and tactics for the Mercer County Community College. He has served as a lead instructor for recruitment training with the Trenton Probationary Fire School. He is an owner of Fire Training Associates, which provides a wide variety of emergency response training, including hazardous material, incident management, technician rescue, and emergency medical services, as well as consulting the fire department services to the fire department all throughout the country. Chief Carmichael has a daughter named Bridget Mary Carmichael and resides in Virgo Beach, Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Good morning, all. How are you? Cool. First of all, Big Shirley, my time doesn't start until I bring my slides up. She told me 45 minutes, it's all you got. All right, I do that to get everybody's attention. Who here remembers emergency? That's awesome, right? Yeah, you can tell you're getting old when you start seeing the lower hands go down. You know what I mean? All right, there you go. So, just so you know, I sort of do an animated class. I walk around. So you know what that means? If you're hungover, stay active. Okay? If you go to sleep, you will be called to the front. T, tell them. Will I call you T? I know, T. You're good. You're good. All right. So listen, what I'm here to talk about is a different type of community risk reduction. We're going to talk about community risk reduction on behalf of the fire department and why they need to do an initial size up when they go to an incident scene. Okay? So with that being said, that's me. I appreciate the accolades. The biggest thing that I'm really proud of when I was acting fire director, imagine if somebody came to you, if you were a president, CEO of an organization and said, we're $7.5 million short and we want to cut your department by 1/3. That's what I had to deal with in 2010. We were able to get 3 SAFER grants in a row for $48.9 million and save those jobs. And the best thing that I'm proud of, yes, I've accomplished a lot of things, but nobody ever lost a job under my watch and nobody ever got demoted. And that's what I'm most proud of. So with that being said, the best way to describe my job as a deputy chief, I had 10 children, 44 grandchildren, and 169 great-grandchildren. Okay? Those were my battalion chiefs, captains, and firefighters. And one of them, or all of them, on the same day, could have an issue. Because basically all you do is you throw them back into play. You know, you're sort of like the mama bear, you know what I mean? It's going to be okay, boom, boom, and boom, you put them back out there. All right? So, here's what we're going to talk about. I put this disclaimer up here. I actually had a gentleman come to FDIC. He says, hey, I'm going to be filming your class. Next thing I know, I get a phone call from Nebraska. This gentleman was teaching my class. Yeah. So I put that up there again. There will be additional information. I promise this nice young lady here in the back that I will be giving out the PDF for this presentation if you need it. Okay? So this class is designed to improve the goals of the United States Fire Administration. When I put this class together, these were some of the goals of the United States Fire Administration. And when you start talking about professionalism, we need to make sure that whether you're career, volunteer, combination, we are all professional, right? So when you look at this class, it covers pretty much all of those goals. The objectives are more specific. We talk about decision making. How do you make decisions? You have a plan? Or is it based on what? Experience, your training, right? And how about your gut? Gut feeling, right? Okay. So we talk about this 4-letter words called Nims, National Incident Management System. We use Nims every day of our lives. Just don't realize it. I got a very good friend of mine, Doc, pleasure to meet you. We'll shake hands later. But he's a trauma surgeon down in Cooper, down in Camden. And I asked him, I said, how do you make decisions when somebody's on this table and they're going to die? He says, you know what I do? I run the orchestra. So what do you mean? He says, I believe in your 3 Ds of instant command. It's called duck, dodge, and delegate, and keep it off my plate. He says, I have certain people in that room that have a specialty that know what to do. And he says, I just assign them. Will I make ultimate decisions, life or death? Yeah, probably. He says, however, I have a team. And part of that team is making sure that that patient stays alive. Right? Am I right so far, Doc? All right. So, how many of y'all got children? All right, here we go. I'm going to prove that Nims works. You ever told your child to clean the room? So if you told your child to clean your room, are you sort of the incident commander for the house? I can tell you, no offense, when I was married, I was never the IC. Okay? I wasn't. If she left, then I was like a deputy IC. I took command of the house. But here's my point. You would give your child an objective. I want your room clean by the time that I get home. Is that a smart objective? Yeah, it's specific, it's measurable, it's attainable, it's reasonable, and it's timely. Now, here's the problem. We never told the child how we want the room to be clean. And we never gave them a definition of what a clean room looks like, correct? So now you come home and you're exhausted from work, you come in, you clean your room? Uh-huh. The child's definition of a clean room is different than your definition, right? So what do we need to do with the child? Clear expectations, but here's the other thing we need to do. Here's how you clean your room. We need to coach and mentor the child, show them what to do, right? And then we need to give them little scenarios like take a Tonka truck and put it in the middle room. Hey, I want the room clean. Okay, Tonka truck goes over here next to the wall so mommy doesn't get hurt. You see where I'm going with this? In your fire departments or in your organizations, it's great to make objectives, but you also need to know how to train and coach and mentor your people up so they can make good decisions. Okay? All right. So now, I need a volunteer. Who wants to volunteer? Excuse me? Now look, big Shirley, no offense. This is my class now. Don't be telling me how to do stuff. All right? I need a volunteer. Who wants to volunteer? You want to volunteer? All right, come here. What's your name? Roger? Lenny Carmichael, pleasure to meet you. Golf clap for Roger. So Roger, this is the hot seat. Have a seat. We're going to place Roger on the Alpha Bravo corner of the building. So Roger, you have any fire service experience?
I do.
You do? Chief?
No.
Deputy Chief? Firefighter? That's even better yet. So now, we're going to give you a little scenario. You're riding first due, you're engine one. You're engine one. And you pull up, and we're going to do a little walk around, and then we're going to show you what you got. So you have this 3-story semi-detached, or some people call it a duplex, single-family dwelling of balloon frame construction. Okay? So you have side Alpha, side Bravo, side Charlie, side Delta, and side Alpha. Here's the basement. Now I'm going to tell you right now, listen to me, look at me. The fire's not in the basement. I'm telling you that. No trick question, it's not in the basement. Okay. This is the first floor. That's the second floor. Now you pull up, this is what you got. Okay? Yeah, rule of thumb. Yeah, that works. So you got smoke showing from the 3rd floor, Division 3. You do your walk around, you still have heavy smoke in the exposure here. Here's the fire. Okay? Fire's in the rear room on the 3rd floor. And there's your fire situation, right? And then we got the map showing you where the fire is on the 3rd floor. So now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to give a size up to the class. So that size up is, what are you initially going to say to dispatch when you get on scene? Go right ahead. Is that it? All right, let's start with that. He did a good job. Come on, good job, good job. So now here's how I'm going to show you how this works. You saw what he did the first time, right? We're going to bring you back up here in the end, and you're going to do this again, and I guarantee you, you're going to hit all the check marks, because it's all about coaching and mentoring. You feel me? Got it. Have a seat. Now, I want you to practice up. Don't get worried. You're sweating a little bit. I was a little concerned. All right. So, I love to use sports analogies because I actually had the opportunity to play for one of the greatest football coaches in the state of New Jersey, Bill Long. Bill Long won 15 state titles while he was coach at Pennington Prep. And out of those 15, 10 were 9-0-0. And 3 of those years that I was in his high school, I was part of 3 state championship football teams. And one of the things that Bill Long always said was that the trials and tribulations we put on you on this playing field will get you through the trials and tribulations of life. And I never forgot that. He had a system. That system was you would come in, didn't know what to expect, and he would give you a playbook. And it was up to you to learn that playbook. However, there were different variations of that playbook. Well, I'm sort of going to be your Bill Long today. I'm going to give you a playbook. Everybody here has my little size up checklist, right? This is the playbook. When you pull up on a scene, this is your playbook. Okay? And we're going to have you come right back up here and show them how this playbook works. Okay? So, when we pull up on the scene, we do an initial size up. And part of that initial size up is Command Size Up Help Action, CSHA. I'm all into acronyms. Acronyms are awesome. That's how I got promoted. Okay? When you're studying, you find a way to study. Acronyms. Command Size Up Help Action. So, we establish command, we give a report of conditions, actions to other people, and instructions. Okay? You do this when you come to work, believe it or not. When you come to work. How many people here have to relieve somebody from a shift? Right? Okay, ma'am, I'm going to use you for example. What's your name? Bridget. That's my daughter's name. That's a good name. Absolutely. Thank God she just graduated college. Whew. Anyway, so Bridget, when you come into work, right, who do you talk to? Right, and what type of information do you exchange with that person? So you're gathering information, right, as you start your shift, and then based on that information, you're now going to form your own plan on what you need to do for while you're at work, right? Okay, well, we do the same thing at a fire scene. We do the same exact thing. So when you talk about expand it, we're going to establish command, give a unit ID and address, a command mode, and a location. If you look at the outline in front of you, it has all that information in there. It's just a little expanded out. How many people in here work for a fire department where you have to take a promotional exam? All right? I guarantee you if you take this sheet and you study it, you'll get promoted. I can almost guarantee it. This sheet was developed over 20 years ago, and it keeps getting expanded and updated. Okay? So, again, that's my gift to you. Good luck. Let me know how it turns out for you. Help. When in our job, do we have resources that we need to call on to help us get done what we need to accomplish? Right? All right, I'm going to throw Big Shirley out there. Big Shirley, you came up here and did your introduction, and you named a lot of people because you know you couldn't do it by yourself, right? Actually, good job. That's a true definition of a good leader. Norman Schwarzkopf had an opportunity to meet him. His father started the New Jersey State Police. And Norman Schwarzkopf was on Barbara Walters, and she asked him, she said, "Why are you so good at what you do?" And he said, "I have the ability to surround myself with people that know more than I do. And they make us all look good." So when you start looking at the help statement, who are the resources you're going to call in to help you mitigate this incident? The actions. Now, help and actions can be addressed through an SOP or an SOG or an operational guideline in your organization. Okay? However, the first two, those are really, really important. So, reason why we establish command is because we want to know who's in charge and who's running the show. And I believe Nims, HSPD 5 and HSPD 8, it states that you shall, what does shall mean? Yeah, you shall do it. All right, you don't have a choice. it amazes me that we still have some fire departments in this country that don't use Nims. Oh, that must have been a hint. So anyway, we also want to know if we have somebody in trouble, who sort of is going to come to that person and help them? The RIC team, right? Okay, good. So the purpose of command statement is who is in command. Now, there's 3 different types of command, right? There's formal command, there's investigative command, and there's fast attack. So I'll tell you a funny story. Before I got promoted to battalion chief, I was a safety officer, and we have 4 safety officers. They called us the Fab Four. No, we didn't go to the University of Michigan, but it was myself, Chief Siege, Chief Fell, and Chief Tharp. And we were assigned to each shift. We had our own Tahoe, and we responded to every incident in the city, and it was awesome. We worked a 24-hour shift. We had our own room, but our primary goal is to provide training, but we could also ride on anything we wanted. So I'm going around and I'm making all my rounds, and we just had a group of about 25 captains that got promoted, really big class. I go to see this one captain who is now a deputy chief. I'm very proud of him. He says, Cap, I said, what's the matter? He says, I gotta get a fire, gotta get a fire, gotta get a fire. Because in our job, you can't get validated till you get your what? Your first fire. And he hadn't had a first fire as a first in company officer. So everybody that he got promoted with was catching fires, right? So finally, after about the 4th tour of hearing this, I sat him down and I looked him dead in the eye and I said, be careful what you wish for, because you just may get it. So lo and behold, it's a Sunday night, about 5:30. I got a nice 10-pound prime rib roast in the oven, right? Got some nice baked potatoes, some vegetable medley, jumbo shrimp cocktail, the big U12 shrimp, you know? Oh, I eat good. Listen, I got a weight problem. I can't wait to eat. All right? So all of a sudden on the scanner, this is what I hear. Attention, engine 6, engine 10, engine 1, ladder 4, ladder 1, rescue 1, North Battalion. Respond to the area across the street from Ruh-roh to Lambert Furniture on a reported commercial building fire through the roof. So as soon as I heard that, I went and looked at the oven, and I turned the oven off. And my former wife said, what are you doing that for? I said, because you're going to have to continue cooking. Lambert Furniture was, notice I said was, a 500 by 600 square foot type 3 furniture warehouse. Okay? Finally, I hear, engine 6 responding. I looked at my poor wife, I said, guess what? Todd's going to get his first fire. And she's looking at me like, yeah, All of a sudden, Todd gets on scene, and this is what I hear. Engine 6 dispatcher. Go ahead. Engine 6 is on location. I have a 1-story, 500 by 500, 1 square block factory warehouse of ordinary construction. I have heavy fire showing from the Alpha Delta corner with heavy fire through the roof. This will be a defensive attack leading off of the Master Street. So now I really looked over at the prime rib that I knew I wasn't going to eat. Go upstairs and get changed. As I went upstairs and got changed, the instant commander, who's a very competent instant commander, Greg Gore, who was Jeff Gore's brother, right? He strikes the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th alarm when he gets on location. So just to give you an idea of how big this building really was, there was a 40-mile-per-hour wind blowing towards the Charlie exposure. And the Charlie exposure, do I have any? Yeah, okay. So just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, if this is the building, right? Exposure A was a highway, which was Route 1. Exposure B was another highway. we had 25 single-family dwellings, wood frame construction, across the street. The wind happened to be blowing that way at 40 miles per hour. And over here, we had a hazmat facility. Yeah. So, at the height of this fire, ended up being close to equivalent to a 10-alarm fire. We had 15 master streams in place, flowing about close to 10,000 gallons of water per minute. Finally, I get there, I get assigned, of course, to the hazmat facility as a safety officer. And I'm doing my rounds at 6:30 in the morning, and all this captain wanted was to get his first fire. He's sitting on the running board. He has icicles hanging off of his helmet, and he's trying to get some sleep, soot all over his face. So I wake him up. I said, "How you doing?" "Good. How you doing, Pat?" I'm looking at him. And he's facing me. And behind, I see the building. There's nothing left. It's just a fire. And I said, "How'd you do?" I said, "Well, we found the,
Lost you.
Lost me?
Lost you.
Oh, he gone.
He gone.
He gone.
He back.
All right, he back. Okay, sorry about that. So I said to him, I said, "It's okay. We found the blueprints in the Knox box. We can replace the building." I said, "But why did you take your time?" He said, "Because I felt myself getting excited." So what he would do, he pulled up, got out of the truck, he would look, he would turn around, and then he would talk into the radio. But what he did was very, very good. Because you know what he did? He established a branch Alpha, branch Bravo, branch Charlie, and branch Delta. And when the chief came on location, the chief really had nothing to do with what to assign resources. Right? When you look at the formal command mode, we definitely need to have that established because that lets us know who's in charge. Okay? Investigation mode, when you pull up, all that is maybe you have an alarm system somewhere. Okay? If I have a fast attack mode, maybe as an officer I can go with my crew and knock this fire down real quick. If I know it's going to be a long extended duration operation, well, guess what? I'm actually going to now go into formal command mode. All right? So now this is an example of establishing the command and everything that needs to get done. And these are just giving you examples here. All right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to build on this activity. Now I want you to take notes because you're going to have your final exam. And if it doesn't go well, then that means everybody's got to sit through this presentation again. It's going to be your fault. All right? So I need you to take notes. So now, here we go. We have a one-story commercial building, ordinary construction. We have a common cock-off. Everybody here knows what a common cock-off is, right? Who here does not know what a common cock-off is? Oh, it's okay. Okay, so a common cock-off, you see where the roof of this starts? There's an area by about 3 feet that runs the entire length over all these stores, and it's open, but it's a big void space. So fire is sort of like an evil bully, right? Fire comes up, goes, "Hey, where can I go? Where can I go? Hey, okay, I'm going to go in the cock-off." And we as firefighters, what do we need to do? Get back, fire. We got this. Right? You feel me? All right, I got you. So, we have our Alpha, we have our Bravo side. We have our Delta side and our Alpha side. And here's our building. So now we pull up, and we get this. So now let's take apart the command size up help actions. We're just going to focus on the command part. We're going to teach you this in parts. This is part of your playbook. Right? So command. What are the 5 elements? And you can look at your sheet here. That's what I gave it to you for. What are the first 5 elements that we need to say under command to start our initial size up? Go ahead, you can look at your sheet. It's okay. What's the first thing we need to say? Confirm the address. Good. What else? Do your 360. Great. What else? Initiate command. Good. What else? Name the command. Good. What else? That's not in the command statement. That's not in the command statement. That's an action. Location of command post. Good. So now, What we're doing is we're taking this and building this piece by piece by piece. Okay? Intended location, you can use whatever address you want. Announcement of command, where the instant command post will be, level 2 accountability will be at the command post. Now, this is no disrespect to this gentleman. He said water supply. Water supply is important. But here's my point. My driver is a very intelligent individual. When I was a captain, those were my informal leaders in the firehouse. Okay? All my drivers, and I'm pretty sure your drivers, they knew where to get water. Now, if water becomes a problem, say, for example, we go to a non-hydrogen area, which I'm pretty sure some of you have rural operations where you have to use tenders, not tankers. Tankers, remember this, right? Tankers fly. Tenders bring water. Okay? So, if we have a water supply issue now maybe we need to address that in our first initial size up. Make sense? Okay? So now, let's talk about report of conditions. Another acronym, KELOD. Construction, height and area, exposures, location, and extent of fire, life hazard, occupancy, and dimensions. So, you're basically describing what you see based on the building itself. Does that make sense? And when you start looking at this, you're probably sitting here saying, well, I don't have time to say all this. You do have time. If you get good at it, 10 to 15 seconds. And when we start talking about our decision making, you think that 10 and 15 seconds while you're doing your 360 can save a firefighter's life? Also maybe save somebody else's life, because as you're doing that 360, maybe you see somebody hanging out of a window. Where you need to get a ladder to them. All right? So now we get our KELOD, which is here. All right, no offense. I got to check my time because I don't want to get beat up by Miss Shirley. You know what I mean? I got 18 minutes left. Okay, I'm in the home stretch. I'm good. So, this is just giving you examples. 10-story, 1-story, doesn't matter. What I'm teaching you is a system that will fit any incident that you go to. Any incident. It doesn't matter. You just throw it in, plug it in. All right? Here's it expanded. Here's what I have, description of what I see, okay? And do we have any potential victims? Where are the occupants? So now let's work on that activity here. So now we got a little house fire. So now what I want you to do is I want you to build upon the command statement, and now we're going to talk about the KELOD. So what type of construction do you think this house is? Probably wood frame, right? Okay? How big do you think this house is? Probably about what? What's the dimensions? Maybe 30 by 30? Okay, I'll take that. So you pull up, right? And here's your little fire. You got it on the Alpha Delta corner. Now you notice the red is our command statement. That's what we've done all the time. The black is now our KELOD. Does that make sense? Right? What are we doing? We're modularly building our size up report. That's what we're doing, piece by piece. You paying attention, right? Because you know, like I said, I only got 45 minutes. I'm not doing this again. All right? Are there any questions about anything I've covered so far? Okay, keep it moving. Help statement. Help statement basically is, what other resources are we going to call for to help us mitigate this scene? Very simply. Okay? Obviously, as an incident commander, you cannot do everything by yourself. You need to have help. These are some of the examples that we're going to give you for help. Now, a lot of these may be covered in what? Dispatch protocols. Right? If they're not, you have to call for these resources. Okay? And this is the reason why we need to call those resources. Again, you could have all of these through a standard operational guideline in your department, or a procedure, maybe a dispatch protocol. Okay? These are some auxiliary people that are going to come and help you with things. So now, we go to our third activity, develop a help statement. So here we go. We have a one-story commercial building. Our one-story commercial building is approximately, I'd say, about 50 by 100. That sound about right? Okay? We do our walk around. And now here we have our fire. So now let's talk about our command statement. Let's talk about our size-up statement. Let's talk about our help statement. What are some of the resources you think we're going to call for based on this building? You can look at your sheet. That's what it's there for. That's where you participate. Ladder truck. How about if I just call an alarm? Give me another alarm, right? Give me the Rick. Good. What are some other resources I'm going to need? Utilities. Working fire dispatch. Good. What about police department? We got anybody here in law enforcement? Traffic control, right? And 9 times out of 10, what do? They come there, they cut off this intersection, they cut off that intersection, they just chill, play it on their little pad, and then we don't need anymore. Thanks, officer, appreciate it. All right, got to roll. Okay? A lot of these resources, do you think you're going to need for the whole entire incident? Probably not. But I'd rather get them on the way. You know? Get them on the way. You can always send them back home. The example I'll use is my daughter. My daughter got a flat tire. She calls me 11:30 night, scared the living crap out of me. Okay? Daddy, I had a flat tire. I thought somebody was hitting on her. Grab Clyde, and me and Clyde are going out the door to hurt somebody. You know what I mean? Finally, I get halfway there. She goes, I got AAA, I'm good. Well, I slowed down. I came in at reduced speed. So when I finally got there, I made sure she was okay. All right, recalled. I'm going back to bed. See you later. All right? We do the same exact thing for a fire scene. We may not need all those resources, but what do we want? We want to get them on the way, right? Okay. All right. So here we go. We got our command statement. We have our size-up statement. And then we have our help statement. Okay? Any questions so far? All right. Getting in the home stretch. Would you agree? When we have a structure fire, 90% of the time, are these the 4 boxes that we normally need to mitigate an incident? Would you agree? Yep. The 4 boxes. Somebody's going to attack the fire. Somebody's going to back up a line. Somebody's going to vent. Somebody's going to do search and rescue. And the 5th box may be medical. We may need to take care of the civilians. Hopefully we don't have them. Okay? But now, would you say that 98% of your structure fires are handled with this organization chart? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I had an opportunity to go and do a ride-along with Rescue 4 up at FDNY. And we have a very good friend that we teach with, Aaron Martin. Aaron Martin is at Rescue 4, and I said, Aaron, can I come up and ride? He says, oh, yeah. So you got to clear it through the captain. So I said, tell the captain I'm bringing dinner. So I stop at the store. I get some filet mignons, right? Get some chicken. So the captain sees all his food coming in. He goes, you're Chief Carmichael? Yeah. He goes, you brought that for us? Yeah. You can come here anytime you want. You're good. We had 28 runs in 24 hours. 14 working fires. 6 were multiple alarms, and at one point we were going to fire to fire to fire to fire. It was freaking awesome. Pretty much the smaller ones, they were knocked down before we even got there. And the driver from Rescue 4, when I walked in, he said, you Chief Carmichael? Yeah, he said, I got one word for you. What? Hold on. All right. But anyway, when you start talking about action statements, who's doing what and why? Now, do I have to say those things over the radio? Nope. But now, as units coming in, Cap, I want you to take your crew. You're going to be the vent group. I want you to get this building opened up. See you. Don't break my heart. I always used to say that as a fire chief. I give them an assignment. Don't break my heart. Okay? I need you to be Division 3. Go check for any extension. I'm giving you Engine 5. See you later. That's all I have to tell them. If they're firefighters, they should know what size line to pull. They should know what tools to be used. And the only time I expect her to call me from Division 3 is 2 reasons. She can't get something done, or she's in trouble. Other than that, I'm assuming she's doing her job. And if I'm an IC standing out in front of the building and she tells me fire's knocked down in Division 3, what should I start seeing from Division 3? So start seeing steam production, correct? What else? No fire at all. What else should I see? White smoke, exactly right. And as an IC, am I internalizing and processing all that information so I can make future decisions about overhaul and salvage? Yeah. I like this. You guys must have did your homework last night. I'm pretty impressed. Well, it's always good to speak in the morning, because in the afternoon, so, if I'm in charge of an incident and I don't delegate these, do I eat them as an IC, as incident commander, right? Okay. All right. So you're probably saying this doesn't work. This is all theory. As a battalion chief, I had a gentleman come up from North Carolina. He had to do a ride-along to get his bachelor's degree. So he gave me a call. He came up. We were working a 24-hour shift, and I brought him in the firehouse and got him all situated. So we had just got done drill school, had a nice lunch. 1 o'clock on a Saturday is like nap time for me. I put my jazz on, I go in my room, take me a little quick cat nap for about 2 hours, then I'm good. So I just get my recliner, football games on, lights come on. 230 Highland Avenue. 1:30 in the afternoon. As I'm walking towards and hitting the pole, dispatcher calls me, says, we're getting numerous calls. Now, this is in the afternoon. What is that telling me already? I got to work in fire. What else? Oh, hold that thought. Occupants, be more specific.
Well, depending on, it's 1:30 in the afternoon, so if it's a weekend, it's people that might be home.
Exactly right.
Kids, it might be, weekend, kids might be in school, so that increases the load as well, too.
So based on that, rescue now may be a concern. I get to my car, I said, dispatch, give me the all hands, before I even got out of the house. All hands in the city of Trenton brings 4 engines, 2 ladder companies, a heavy rescue company, 2 chiefs with 2 resource unit leaders. We don't call them aides. We call them resource unit leaders. I'll tell you that story in a minute. And an air truck. We can throw 32 people at an initial fire within the first 4.5 minutes. That was our plan in the city of Trenton. We had an officer and 3 on every apparatus. Good, that's good then. Yeah, I ain't mad at you. I hope you get 6 or 7. All right? So now, as we're pulling up, as we're responding in, my resource unit leader, or my aide, Paulie Drum, he says, what do you think? I said, oh, we got a fire, because you know the area. Engine 1 pulls up, Captain Normile, and he gives an excellent size-up report. Very calm over the radio. He says, Engine 1 dispatch, we're on location, 238 Highland Avenue. We have a 3-story semi-detached row, ordinary construction, with heavy fire showing from Division 2 and Division 3, heavy smoke showing throughout. Exposure A is a street, exposure B is a similar detached structure with 3-foot separation, exposure C is a rear yard, exposure D is similar attached. This will be an offensive fire attack leading off 1 inch and 3/4. That was his size up. Now, while he's saying that, guess what his crew is doing? Of course, they put the nozzle between the legs. I taught them that. You don't put the nozzle between your legs, you lose it. Right? Anybody ever had a nozzle stolen from them? Wouldn't happen again, did it? That's right. So now he gives his size up. All the companies come in. As I get there and I park on the corner, so I got to walk in. So that was the assignment, initial assignment, and then the assignment upgrade. As I'm walking in, see this guy right here? That's my resource unit leader. He's carrying the command board, and then the rescue company, they always used to mess with me because I always messed with them back. They called this Lenny's grandpa bag. This red bag here had all the ICS forms and everything else in it. So as I'm walking up, looks kind of bad, does it not? Looks real bad. What? Tell me about the smoke. What do you notice about the smoke and the fire? What's burning? Okay, all right. Now, I get close. What did you notice now? What do you notice now? Gray smoke. Why is it gray, though? What's the reasoning? Because they're hitting it. Get in there. Get some. All right? Now, I got one line stretched here. I got another line being stretched. That's the backup line. Remember we talked about those SOPs and SOGs? You think they're being handled right now? Yep. By the time I get here in the front of the building to do my 360, look what I got. Right? And look, who's this? And wait a minute, I got a line stretched here, line stretched, got a third line being stretched, which is going to go to Division 3, and I got a line being stretched in this house here, which is the exposure delta. And look, who's that? That's a ladder company person. And they have all their gear on. Ventilating the window. Now we got 3 lines stretched and operating, 1 line in the exposure, and we had knocked down, we had a little extension into the to the thing. But here's the deal. That was our ICS organization chart. How many people am I talking to as the IC? I'm talking to 4 people. And my 4 people, here's how the conversation's going to sound. You're Division 2. Command from Division 2. Answer me. How you making out up there? Receive. Because now if I'm at the command post, you know what I'm doing? This is all I'm doing. Called management by objectives, right? Rescue, primary negative. Okay, got it. I'm still watching fire. Chief, exposure D is good. Check. Fire's knocked down. Checking for extension. We're starting overhaul now, Chief and salvage, and the building's open up. As a chief, that's all you do. Duck, dodge, and delegate, and keep it off the quake. And based on that, right? I'm now going to make an evaluation and do what? Put the fire under control. Make sense? All right, I only got 5 minutes to go. Come here, my friend. This is your shining moment. Everybody's looking at you. You got the fire marshal here. Might give you a contract. You know, I heard your contract's up. So you might get a new contract, whatever. Have a seat. Don't sweat now. You want a glass of water or something? You all right?
I'm good.
All right. So here, simulation 1, here we go. Here's sides Alpha and Delta. Here's side Alpha and Bravo. Side Bravo and side Charlie. Here's the overhead view. And here's our fire. We got fire on the 2nd floor and fire on the 1st floor. So as you do your walk around, here you go. All right? So now, give me your size up. Now, based on everything we talked about, right? You remember how you did on the first one, and don't get me wrong, you did good. I guarantee he's going to do better this time. Go ahead. You're engine 1. How'd he do? Did he improve? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. It's all about the system. It's all about the system. You give me 2 weeks with you, I guarantee you'll be awesome. All right? So, I have not done anything different. The only thing that changed is what? The building. Oh, and that's my 45-minute timer. I'm right on time, believe it or not. Any questions or comments? And that's our org chart. That's how we manage it. So here's our summary of basically everything that we're going to do. You have that on your sheet. I'd like to thank the State Fire Marshal from Maryland, Chief. I appreciate you having me here. Steve Cox, the Deputy Director. Dr. Delbridge, sitting in the back, thank you. Kate Michaels Lovelace, Executive Fire Director. Joe McCrae, Becky Watson, and last but not least, get on down here, girlfriend. You know how we roll. That's my contact information. If anybody has any questions or comments, my phone number is there. My email is there. I'll be up at Emmitsburg, and then I'll head out to FDIC next week, or actually in a couple weeks. And also, I'd like to acknowledge my boss's boss's boss, Dr. Eric Gablinks, the superintendent of the National Fire Academy, who stepped in the room. So, any questions or comments? Thank you very much. Have a great day.
There's no crab cakes in here. But this is a little thing to take you on the road.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Big Shirley.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
We're going to regroup. Good morning again. My name is Cindy Wright Johnson. I have worked with Teresa on this for a while. I work for Dr. Delbridge. I'm the EMS for Children's Director. We are bringing in a speaker live through GoToWebinar. And she will present to you all. She is not able to hear our questions, but I will have a phone, so I will be able to text her back and forth. To be able to broadcast this to people who are not able to be with us, we had to disconnect the computer microphone and go to all of the magic of Chris May and all of that equipment. So it's going to be a little bit different. You will hear her, and then I will type her your questions once she has finished her presentation. Okay, so we're all crossing our fingers, and we've tested this. It does work. She is not broadcasting yet, but we will get that done right after you hear her introduction, which she will not hear, but she wrote, so it's all good.
Hello, I would like to introduce Miss Sarah Bender. Ms. Sarah Bender is responsible for directing risk reduction efforts of the state emergency management to include pre- and post-disaster mitigation, post-disaster recovery, risk analysis, communication outreach, and non-governmental services. This includes coordination of funding as well as providing critical information to stakeholders, governmental, non-governmental, as well as general public, before, during, and after events. Maryland Department of Emergency Management works with all the partners who are affected and who can provide assistance before assistance is needed. This is vital to the success of our support to the state. Sarah is passionate about the importance of everyone being prepared for any significant hazard or event to building resilience in our communities.
Good morning. We have 10:30, so I can go ahead and get started. My name is Sarah Bender. I'm the Director of Disaster Risk Reduction for the Department of Emergency Management. You can hear my dog barking. Good timing. The FedEx man showed up just kind of at the end. So let's wait for just a second and hold me. All right, I apologize. We'll go ahead and get started. Learning the controls of the system as well, so a little chaotic this morning. grows. We are under the direction of our Secretary, Russ Strickland. He actually was just confirmed within the last couple of weeks as going from an agency to a department. We are definitely learning and growing a lot. So the first thing we did was had Russ elevated to a cabinet position as the secretary. We are at Camp Frederick in Baltimore County, so right outside of Reisterstown. We are co-located with the military department. We were an agency under the military department just before we became our own department. Our building opened in 1999. Our most recent renovation was in 2014, where the SEOC was redone, and a major addition. So we have some really exciting stuff going on right now. We are in the process of moving out of the building and having renovations planned for 2022. They are expected to last about 2 years. So working mostly remote and some alternate locations. So in about 2 years, we should have a nice, exciting new space. So a little bit about our background and how we got to where we are today. We started under the Maryland Civil Defense Agency in 1949 as part of the governor's office focusing on the police. We became the Maryland Emergency Management Agency in 1989. And again, like I mentioned, we were part of the military department where we started to focus on all hazards. So not just focusing on the Cold War, then now focusing on our natural hazards as well. And in 2021, like I mentioned, we became our own department, the Department of Emergency Management, cabinet level, which gives us greater flexibility as an independent department. The additional leadership that we have in the department, the Deputy Secretary is Chaz Eby. He has come up, he started in our communications and outreach several years ago and has elevated to that position. We also have Mark Hubbard, who is the Deputy Director of the Governor's Office of Homeland Security. We work pretty closely with them. He oversees our regional liaison program. And then Senior Advisor, which a lot of you probably know, Terry Thompson. He oversees our customer service efforts, and he is the liaison with your association. So I mentioned liaison officers. They are placed regionally throughout the state. We do have 5 regions. We have our western region, which is our 3 counties in the west. We have our National Capital Region there in pink, which goes from Frederick to Prince George's County. Our Central Region is in blue, and then we have the shore split into two separate spots you can see there, and then finally we have our Southern Region. When we're fully staffed, we do have a person for each region. Right now we are not fully staffed, so we have some that are kind of sharing those regions. So we have our Southern Maryland liaison is also taking care of our National Capital Region. And we have one liaison that is covering the entire span of the Eastern Shore. So he's very good. So our system involves 2 different aspects. We do disaster risk reduction and consequence management. So disaster risk reduction, that's kind of our preparedness, our mitigation, and our post-disaster recovery. And consequence management involves a lot of preparedness and planning, but also is our response coordination. So our Joint Operations Center is involved in that, our resources coordination, and some other coordination that is necessary if an event goes past the local level. And then this is just our org chart. It's a really basic org chart. You'll see a more involved org chart later in my briefing. So it starts obviously with the governor and the Homeland Security Director, our senior policy group, and then it says executive director. Some of this has been updated since we're new. newly changed to a department, so that would be our MDM secretary is in that position. And then we split into the disaster risk reduction programs and the occupancy management programs. And we work with a lot of different partners, so our federal level partners, in general FEMA, but we do work with some other federal agencies to coordinate funding and resources when necessary. Probably the partner we work with the most is the local level. We are kind of the go-between liaison from the federal government to the local jurisdictions. And we work a lot with private and nonprofit partners. That is something we are working on, really expanding of how to take the whole community approach to emergency management, both in our response coordination and our recovery efforts. And that is something we have really been working really hard to develop partnerships with our private sector, both profit and our Occupancy Management Directorate is run by Marshal. She's our director. She's responsible for our Joint Operations Center, which is our 24-hour watch center. I know we have a lot of employees probably maybe listening to this briefing right now, but they really are our eyes and ears for everything that we do. Response coordination, that goes a little bit wider. It includes the Joint Operations Center, but also brings in our resources, our operations, and planning when we do have an event. Emerging initiatives is when there is a new emergency management initiative, things like school safety, stuff like that, where they're in a branch and they are kind of developing from the ground up new emergency management initiatives in conjunction with the federal government and local jurisdictions. And then our preparedness section, they work really hand in hand with everyone to make sure our planning is solid and we're ready. So just a little visual of how it kind of works overall. So we start obviously with our prevention, our preparedness, involves a lot of our information sharing, communications and outreach, monitoring through our Joint Operations Center, all of our threats and hazards. We do have a risk analysis section that's fairly new in the past couple of years, so they really work hand in hand to monitor threats and hazards. And then ongoing preparedness efforts. Again, that involves everybody at MTEM, so making sure our planning is solid, making sure we are doing messaging when there is not an event. So when there is an impact, we go into our response coordination mode, addressing the immediate threats to life, property, and environment. We support local jurisdictions through our resources. We work with our state agencies to determine what resources we have and give them to the local jurisdictions that are being affected. And again, we coordinate local, state, and federal aid at that point. And then we go into recovery. We really, and I'll say, response and recovery really do go hand in hand. Recovery is my part of expertise, so I could probably talk about this all day long. I won't do that tonight, but we really start looking at recovery as the response coordination is occurring. So really looking at what are the short-term needs, what are the long-term needs, what is the immediate aid that we need to give, to protect life, property, and environment. And then this is where we really start looking at, are we going to look at federal aid? So FEMA public assistance is the one that you probably see the most. That's where we are doing cost recovery for infrastructure, government costs. So that does include like the fire efforts, so response efforts from fire companies, things like that. The COVID recovery, I'll mention this probably only once, but COVID recovery has been going on for 2 years, and we have had a lot of fire company costs that we've paid for EMS calls and things like that, making sure, you're protected, PPE and things like that. little visual of some of our past events. I will say it is much, much different since I said I was only going to mention COVID-19. COVID has caused us to take a shift in the way that we are doing emergency operations. So you won't quite see such a full room anymore. With our remodel, you won't see this room full at all. So we really have changed into more of a hybrid mode where a lot of these efforts can be done at home. There has been things where we have had to bring, you know, a small contingent, but for the most part, we are working virtually to coordinate all of the efforts that we need. And then our state coordinating function. So in the ICF structure, they're called ESS, but in the state of Maryland, we call them SES. It's just all of the state agencies that we coordinate with during an event, and we keep a relationship with them when there is not an active event going on, to gather what resources are available from all of the state agencies and coordinate that with the needs for the local jurisdiction when something is going on. Our state activation levels, we go from our normal everyday when there is something that you need a core staff for, and again, I'm going to mention it the third time, so I did lie. COVID keeps us at enhanced. We've been at enhanced for over 2 years at this point for COVID. And then we raise the activation level depending on what the needs are for the jurisdiction. So if it is a larger event, we will do a full activation. So things like hurricanes, you know, if a weather event is affecting a wide area, we will go to a fully staffed emergency operations center that involves NM staff, our state partners, and in a really big event, most likely federal partners. And resource management tools. So resource management really is like the heart of our response coordination. So that involves mutual aid. We assist with MOUs and MOAs. We do the Maryland Interstate Emergency Management Assistance Compact, so we call that MEMAC. That is, if there isn't a mutual aid agreement and another jurisdiction within the state is coming to help another jurisdiction, we coordinate that. And then there's EMAC, which is when other states come help us, and then again, federal assistance, so FEMA assistance, Small Business Administration, USDA, depending on the event, that's where we look at, you know, for example, the avian flu right now would be USDA, Department of Ag. FEMA is typically our natural hazards, and now our cannabis. And SBA comes into play when like local businesses and residents are affected more than community infrastructure. The Small Business Administration will come in and offer low interest, long-term loans for people to be able to recover. So emergency declarations are a couple different types. I think we see local states of emergency more often. So mayors, county executives, and commissioners can declare if there is a local event that is too much for the local jurisdiction to handle, and they need to bring in resources. It just opens up the resource process, the procurement process, so that the local government can get what they need a little bit quicker. And then a state of emergency on the state level is declared by the governor. He can declare it for the entire state, or if there is an event that is regional, he can declare it for just certain parts of the state, certain counties. And we've seen a lot of those throughout the years when there is something that is very regionalized. He will declare a local state of emergency, and it kind of does the same thing that the local level does. It will open up the ability to get resources a little bit quicker for response. And then the presidential disaster declaration. Again, this is something I can talk about all day long. So this has to be requested by the state to the governor, to the FEMA region, FEMA headquarters, and then ultimately, it says DHS secretary, ultimately it goes to the president's office to sign. So this is something that when the event, it really exceeds all of the state and local ability to recover. For infrastructure, government costs, nonprofit costs, it is based on thresholds by county and by state. So FEMA has set its public per capita indicator, and if this dollar amount of damage or costs involved in response is large enough, then we at MDEM will collect all of those costs and all of the other justifications. So looking at, how is the community impacted? We've had lots of different impacts. We kind of think outside of the box. So I'll give an example of one thing that's not necessarily cost related, but it is a large impact. In 2018, the south part of Washington County flooded, and 2 of the 3 ways into that part of the county were washed out. So people weren't getting their mail. They were having to drive 50 miles in some cases out of the way, and mail involved not just your bills, because I think people can probably forget about those and wait for those. But there's a senior population there that were maybe getting their medication and things like that. So it was like a relatively big impact. So we don't just look at, okay, the road is washed out. We look at how is it actually affecting the residents. There was less access to EMS, things like that, where it could have really been catastrophic had we not requested the assistance to try and get that funding a little bit. And then for individuals, and I will say individual assistance under a presidential disaster declaration happens much less frequently than the public assistance version where it's infrastructure, things like that. So individual assistance, they look at how are homeowners affected. It is something that they look at it very, very large. The last event that we had outside of COVID that we were able to get assistance to individuals from FEMA was Hurricane Sandy. So it is something that has to be very, very wide scale. Otherwise, residents tend to see assistance from the Small Business Administration through their loan program. And then disaster risk reduction. So the director is, we have the couple things that I've listed there. So communications and outreach, that's our day-to-day, communicating with the public. You'll see it on our social media, any kind of press releases, things like that. We do a lot of amplifying messages from other agencies. So I mentioned the avian flu earlier. We'll take that from our Department of Ag and we'll amplify that message on, safety of backyard flocks, for example, things like that. And then when there are, weather events, like the other night we had thunderstorms, tornado warnings, we do that messaging on our social media to just amplify to the public that there is a threat going on. Hazard mitigation is probably one of our biggest programs. It's one that really is gaining a lot of traction of how we can put things back better so that we aren't seeing the levels of impact from events. We're having a lot more weather events, so looking at these programs and how do we strengthen our infrastructure in some cases where there is repetitive loss, with homeowners, how are we doing retrofits, things like that to make it better so that we're not seeing the repetitive losses that we've seen in the past. Our non-governmental services involve our for-profit businesses and nonprofits, and it really is, at this point, it's also growing. There's a lot of information sharing. Again, it works really hand in hand with our communications and outreach, making sure we're getting our messages out to all of our partners that we need. Public assistance is a FEMA program. That one is involved infrastructure repair and government costs post-disaster. Risk and recovery is a relatively new program that we have. It's only about 3 years old, where we are looking closer at risks across the board. So not just weather events, but looking at maybe cyber, whatever the big risks are. We are monitoring that and producing products to be able to for us to be able to make decisions. And when we do have an event where we need disaster recovery, they roll in and assist in the data collection for our recovery efforts. And the Maryland State Police Liaison, this is just someone we work with prevention and mitigation, we look at hardening facilities. Cyber has been a big thing. We've seen a lot of cyber attacks. Public health is a relatively new thing for emergency management that we've been working on. And looking at protecting our critical infrastructure. And again, mitigation, like I mentioned, it really is just eliminating, I wouldn't say eliminating, I'd say eliminating everything, because it's hard to just completely eliminate threats, but really just looking at how we can be more resilient and recover quicker by making the effort early in the process to make it so the damage isn't quite as severe, the impact on our communities are not quite as severe. Protection and mitigation, it does again involve all of our partners. So FEMA does have a lot of mitigation programs, grant funding. The public assistance program also has a mitigation effort. And then we work with like Army Corps of Engineers, the EPA. We work with all of our partners, and it's to encourage the resilience. And again, our state partners, we work very closely with the Department of Natural Resources, Department of the Environment. We sit on a lot of working groups to encourage resiliency and just kind of coordinate the effort so number one, we're not doing double work that someone else is doing. We try really hard to work hand in hand, so we're protecting infrastructure, mitigating damage as much as we can. With local government, we work very closely to make sure they know about the other efforts that we have, and potentially the grant funding. That's always the best thing. Everybody wants the grant funding for it. Budgets are always pretty tight, so we make sure we're working, with our local partners to be sure that we're passing the message along so that they know what we can offer and we can assist them with their mitigation efforts. The same with the non-governmental organizations in the private sector. We work with them to see what we can do for them and what they can do for us. So it is definitely a two-way partnership. I'm sure many of you have seen the mitigation is the center of the universe shirt, so they threw that one in there just to show you that we do really look at mitigation, not just as a program, but I'll say as our preparedness efforts and really our forethought on what can we do to make sure our communities are recovering easier, making sure the communities are getting what they need before, during, and after a catastrophic event. And then our last directorate is our Mission Support Directorate. That's run by Janet Moncrief. That's really kind of how we keep our lights on and how we keep functioning as a department. So our facilities and our State Emergency Operations Center, they have been very, very busy with our remodel project, our finance. So this really absolutely keeps the lights on, and it keeps us paid because nobody wants to go and not get paid. Finance and our fiscal services do that. Our grants really are our communication and our funding for our local governments, our state partners. They make sure we're in compliance with everything we need to be eligible for grant funding. Our human resources, they keep us growing, and then our IT, they help us with those of us, especially that are technologically challenged like myself, but they really make sure we have the tools that we need to be able to continue to communicate. And so we have a bigger org chart you can see. We are about 100 people. We have a lot of vacancies, so I always have to put it out there to look on the job apps website if you're interested. But we are growing, like I said, as our mission grows, as we take on extra responsibilities, and emergency management continues to evolve. We also continue to grow. Okay. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Can you message her, Holly? Does anyone have questions? Yes, Jim. Yep. And you guys are watching me not be able to spell.
So I can answer a little bit of this with wildfire incident. I would say with like urban fire threats, we really serve a response coordination role for that. With wildfires, there are FEMA programs, it's called the Fire Management Assistance Grants. Typically, I don't think we've ever seen one in the history of our FEMA involvement, but out west they see fire management assistance grants a lot more. But we always work with the federal legislators and FEMA to make sure, the rules are kind of simplified. So I would say that's definitely our role as far as wildfires is we make sure, how can we simplify the federal rules if we do see that type of event. The follow-up question is Department of Natural Resources part of NDEM partnership. Yes, we work with the Department of Natural Resources pretty closely during an event. We have the Natural Resources Police in our emergency operations center with us. As far as recovery efforts go, I used to run the public assistance program, so we really work with them to repair their damage and things like that after the storm.
For staffing? We got to give her a second to read it.
That is a really, really good question. I'll give a caveat that I've had this job as a director for only 3 months, so I am continuing to learn exactly the answer to that question right now. But we really are looking at what is our involvement in our threats and hazards, and what are our human resources needs, what are our, equipment, training needs. So I would say I think this number tends to flex right now. It's definitely going up depending, and it depends on a lot of different things. It depends on our federal legislation, state legislation. Right now there's an effort to create an office of resilience. So that will, that kind of raises, what we need as far as personnel. So I will say probably 100 is not quite enough right now. So but it's hard to say exactly what the number is. But growing, we are definitely growing.
Any other questions? Okay.
All right. Mr. Kenny Bush. Chief Ken Bush supervised a staff of fire regional protection engineers who provides codes enforcement and general engineering applications of the Maryland State Fire Prevention Code and Association Model Codes and Standards. He provides professional guidance regarding the enforcement and interpretation of state fire laws and codes, and references model codes and standards and general engineering practices. He is the second generation of the Maryland Fire Service since August 1972 and employs by the State Fire Marshal's office since June of 1976. Chief Bush is currently a member of the Easton Volunteer Fire Department, College Park Volunteer Fire Department, and Ocean City Volunteer Fire Department, and active with several committees of the Maryland State Firemen's Association. Life member of the National Fire Protection Agency, Chief Bush is currently a member of the National Fire Protection Agency Standard Council of the 9 NFPA technical committees, members of the Society of Fire Protection Engineering, while Underwriters Laboratories Fire Council, American Society of Safety Engineering, and National of Fire Marshals. Mr. Kenneth Bush.
Thank you all very much. We're going to here talk a little bit about fire safety before we break for lunch. As Chief Carmichael says, it's always a hazard to talk after lunch. Trust me, it's just as much a hazard to talk just before lunch. But trust me that I'm going to keep an eye on the clock behind you, so I'll keep things moving to get us on time. One thing I would like to add, talking about lunch, is you know that today is National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day, so I'm not sure that has anything to do with lunchtime or not, but bear that in mind as you might want to celebrate if you want to. Like I said, we're going to talk a little bit about fire safety aspects, and you know, codes and standards all sound kind of boring, but one of the things I like to do is, you know, start off by saying one of my theories about fires is evacuation and things like that. And my point is, if you hear me yell "fire, get out" 3 times today, bear in mind the second 2 are echoes. Okay, so that's kind of the way I look at it. Is that we try to avoid risk as best we can. And what I'm going to try to do in the time I have available for the rest of the morning is kind of draw in some of the aspects of what the codes and standards say, what they're written to say, but how you can apply them as community risk reduction people in the field, because we need your help. And we can write the codes to say certain requirements and build those into buildings and designs and things like that as we go along. But if we don't have the people out there to keep this equipment up and running, what good does it do us? So that's where we need your help, is to come look at this aspect of it. And we'll try to concentrate on what I feel were some important measures that we see, particularly in Maryland. And bear in mind, I'm not from New Jersey, I'm from the Eastern Shore of Maryland, so I talk a lot slower and move a lot less. But other than that, we'll try to put up with that aspect of it, okay? But how that affects us here, and what you need to do to reach out to the community. We get lots of questions in our office about how things are run. I'm sure you get the same questions that you see, but what you can tell the public and how they are, what the important role that they play in keeping themselves and others safe. Because they do play a role in this, and we'll see that as we come up to some of our examples. So, we talk about some of the codes here, and where does it all get started, particularly in Maryland, is we have what we call the laws versus regulations. The laws are the annotated code of Maryland, which are promulgated by the state legislature, and the regulations are kind of a step down is what's promulgated by law. Now, what I mean by that is that the state law, the Maryland Public Safety article, does what you see on the screen here. A couple of important things. It establishes the authority through the State Fire Commission to make these laws and to reference all the model codes and standards where we get the meat of our requirements from. It also establishes the State Fire Marshal's office, which I'm thankful for because it kind of gives me a job, which I've been at since 1976. So I've been around a little bit. But you can see some of the other things it does here too about setting fees and penalties, administrative stuff. But these laws also have some other requirements folded in there that are specific. And there's a couple examples with, you talk about sprinklers and smoke detection that were written in Maryland law before the model codes could catch up. And that's why we're seeing these written in the state law. So you have to also reference some of these aspects in order to get the complete picture, okay? In other words, there was a law that required sprinklers in townhouses in Maryland back to 1991. We weren't seeing that in the model codes until the 2012-2015 edition of the code. So Maryland was kind of a step ahead in some of these aspects. But that's where you'll find it now in state law in Maryland, okay? That leads us to the second step, which is the State Fire Prevention Code, and that is called a regulation. Now, where there's a conflict between the law, the regulation, or a reference standard, the law takes precedent overall, okay? The law, like we said, requires change by the state legislature in order to make a change to that particular provision, okay? The regulations are covered and handled by the State Fire Prevention Commission. 9-member commission statewide, representatives from all areas of the state, representatives from different types of interest groups, okay? But they will make the regulations. Once again, they reference a lot of the model codes, and we'll get to those in just a minute, but there's also some specific regulations written there that are kind of folded in that people have a tendency to miss in some cases. And here you'll see a couple of examples on the screen where these are stated in regulation, but not necessarily in other places, such as the model codes, okay? The interesting one here that I have is the last one, is the visual obscuration system. Does anybody know what that means? Anybody hear the case where there was a company out there that was actually selling a system where if you went in to rob a bank, okay, and the teller was standing there with a gun pointed at their head, they could hit a button and fill the bank full of smoke, okay, to confuse the robber. Actually, those systems are illegal in Maryland by one-line statement in the COMAR regulations that says thou shalt not have those kind of systems, okay? But they're around. And I'm not sure anybody else has seen one, but that's where you'll find something as intricate as that in the state regulations, okay? Then we come down to one of the things, important things that the State Fire Prevention Code, the COMAR regs do, is reference the model codes. And there's two basic model codes that we reference in Maryland as our basis. One is the Life Safety Code, NFPA 101, and the other one is NFPA 1, which is the Fire Code. Now, there's three different types of standards or codes we see here listed that are the model codes and standards. One is a code, one is a standard, and one is a product standard. Now, the difference there is the code tells you what and where to do it. It tells you where you need to install sprinklers. It tells you where you need to install a fire alarm system, okay? And it tells you those kind of details. The standard, on the other hand, is referenced by the code and tells you how to do it, okay? So if you need to install a fire alarm system, okay, the standard tells you the details about how to design the system and install it. But it doesn't tell you where you got to do it. So if somebody tells you that NFPA 13, the sprinkler standard, is going to make me sprinkler my building, that's not true. The code tells you to do that. The standard doesn't. But if somebody says, you know, I have to install a certain size of pipe or a certain type of pipe to design my system, that's what the standard does. So that's the difference between a code and a standard, although they're both written by the same organization, NFPA, okay? But that's the two important factors we have to emphasize. The code tells you what and where, the standard tells you how. Now go figure, NFPA 72, which is the National Fire Alarm Code by title, is actually a standard. Okay? But that's the way it is. Okay. The other part of this puzzle is the product standards, which is referenced once again in both the model codes and the model standards. And this gives the products the authorization to perform a certain function. And you see the examples here. Typically, the UL, Underwriters Laboratories, is the model testing agency which will list and certify these types of equipment. But this is done for pieces of equipment to allow them to do a certain function to comply with the codes. So we have codes, we have standards, and we have product standards in order to cover the whole gamut. Okay? So what I wanted to take up this morning are some common issues that we see, questions that come to our office a lot, but ways that you can help us, like I said earlier, about how these things are regulated. For example, we'll start talking about residential fire sprinkler systems. And you know, Maryland is one of only 2 states in the country, and that's an interesting trivia question, is how many states are there currently in the United States? Let me ask you a question again, make it clear. How many states are there in the United States? Trivia question. That's a clue. No? Closer. 43? You have 43 states. You have 4 commonwealths. That was with Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, and Virginia. Okay? You have 2 republics, Texas and California are republics, and Hawaii is a kingdom. So if you want to trick somebody, win some money to bar some night, ask them how many states there are. Okay? So, remember all that stuff. In any event, Maryland is only one of 2 states, California being the other, that has a statewide requirement that all new single-family dwellings be sprinkled. Okay, newly constructed. Okay, so you see the example here on the board about that requirement. So if anybody asks you about whether they need to sprinkle their house or building, the answer to that question is yeah. Okay, they do. Okay, now there are requirements that are there's a pull from what we call the IRC, or the International Residential Code, written by the International Code Council. That's where the basis for these requirements are found. Okay. And if you look at the IRC, it doesn't include relocations, renovations, or additions. So if you're going to addition to your house, okay, the IRC would not require you to sprinkler that. However, the IRC does not prohibit local jurisdictions from amending that provision and saying, yeah, if you put an addition onto your house, you got to sprinkler it. Some places in Maryland do that. Certain counties will make that requirement. If you build on to your house, or you renovate 50% of your house, okay, then you have to go back and retrofit sprinklers into it. But that is not an IRC requirement, that's a local requirement. So look to see what you're talking about to see if that may apply in your local area, because it may be different from place to place, and that's an important thing to remember, okay? We tried to do this on a more uniform basis and ran into problems. And I can tell you some personal experiences. Is a gentleman came to me one time who was going to replace, the rule we said was if you do work on more than 50% of the area of your house, you got to go back and retrofit the protection, the sprinkler. Okay? So a gentleman came in and says, I'm going to replace the flooring in my house. And that's it. Just the flooring. But I'm going to work on 100% of it. So you're going to make me go and retrofit sprinklers in my house because I'm just putting new floor down in the whole house. And it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? So that kind of made us scratch our head. So we said, okay, maybe what we'll do is we'll talk about value of the house. So if you're going to do work in the house where the value that you're doing is more than 50% of the overall value of the house. Well, lo and behold, some gentleman went to South Africa, I think it was, and bought a countertop for his kitchen of special marble that was worth more than the value of 50% of his house. So now you're going to say you're going to make me retrofit sprinkler protection into my house because I'm just putting in a new countertop. And the answer to that question is that probably doesn't make sense either. Okay? So, but you have to be careful because you could then theoretically have someone adding a 6,000 square foot addition onto a 900 square foot house and he's left with no protection. So that doesn't make sense either. So you got to kind of take this with a grain of salt as to how we're going to apply this type of work. And that's something that we, is no set real answer to, but we try to address this in a way that makes sense and keeps people safe. And we've been pretty successful in what we've done so far. And we've passed this in the 2015 edition of the IRC since then. We've had a statewide requirement that says you have to provide sprinklers in your house regardless if it's new. Now, the other question that comes up is, what do we do about modular and manufactured homes? And are they the same as a stick-built house, which requires a sprinkler? So that question comes up often. And lo and behold, we just discovered there was an Attorney General's opinion that was written about that statewide. It was signed by Brian Frost. It said, yeah, well, we're going to consider this. Now, there are a couple different levels of these types of houses. There's a modular or manufactured, and then there's the mobile, okay? So if you have a home that's delivered in the state, that is delivered in the state with a HUD certified sticker, HUD, federal certified sticker, the state view on that is no, that it does not have to be sprinklered because HUD does not require them to be sprinkled. Now that, once again, though, does not prohibit a local jurisdiction from amending that code that says that HUD house has to be sprinkled. Okay? So once again, you have to look at your local rules to determine whether they've amended that HUD rule and statewide rule that makes the house be sprinkled. Okay? If the house is delivered with a sticker that says it was inspected and certified by a Maryland certifying agency, okay, which is a a modular home, then that requires sprinklers. So basically, any stick-built house, no question, got to be done. Okay, any Maryland modular home with a Maryland sticker on it, regardless of where it's built, it's got to be sprinkled. The HUD certified homes, which are supposed to be built to a different standard, a little bit higher standard, that's the question, and you need to check locally to see if your local code amends the state code that says it has to be sprinkled. It's clear as mud, right? Okay? So, those are one of the things we have to look at. The other thing we look at is a change of occupancy for residential use. If you take a building which is not used currently for overnight occupancy, that is residential use, and you change it to B1, that to us is a change of use. The new use group would drive requirements to be met with new construction, which is residential use. So if you're going to take a garage and now all of a sudden make it into your mother-in-law's house, okay, because she wants to live close to you, whether you like it or not, okay, but if you want to do that, then you're going to have to provide protection as if it was a new house. Bear that in mind, because it's a change of use. Okay? Make sense? Okay? So that's where we're coming from. Okay? So where do we go now as far as requirements are concerned? There's an NFPA standard, which once again tells us how to do it. It's 13D, which tells us the residential sprinkler code. There's also part of the residential code, International Residential Code, a chapter or section there that gives us the details how to do that. Now, the other question that's come up recently in our office is, what do we do about porches? Okay, and the sprinkler standard says you don't have to provide sprinkler protection in porches which are open and attached. So what's the definition of an open and attached porch? So we wrote a kind of a statement from our office that says if your porch is exposed to the house by a wall that's 180 degrees or more, that's considered attached. And as long as that porch is open to allow the dilution of smoke and heat from a fire, then that doesn't require sprinkling. However, if you have a porch which is, has a balcony on top of it in an enclosed room, which I've seen recently in Frederick County, or if you have a porch which is partially enclosed by walls of the house, which provides an exposure to the house, that requires protection. So those are a couple questions that have been thrown at us recently about how to approach those particular issues. And that's the way we've looked at it, okay? The other thing that's becoming a problem and consideration, and has caught the attention of the National Association of State Fire Marshals, is what to do about the exceptions that were taken. There are a lot of jurisdictions that had earlier on, and still do in some cases, exempt the sprinkler protection to be installed in new houses, and just pull that piece out of the code and says you don't have to do that. You don't have to follow Section 304, which tells you got to put in sprinklers. But the rest of the code, though, was written based upon the assumption that what's there, the sprinklers are there. So they've allowed exception to other parts of the passive fire protection features of that house by allowing things like lesser size lumber, gusset plates to attach it, instead of having the cross timbers and things like that. So we're losing the protection of the sprinklers by exception locally, but we're also, we've lost a certain amount of protection that was built into the code, because the code assumes it's building a sprinkler, and those sprinklers are going to control the fire, but they're not there, okay? So how do we address that? That's the next step that we're trying to tackle here in this issue, as to how we're going to look at these particular provisions and make sure that, hey, if you're going to take the sprinkler protection out, you've got to make sure that that passive protection goes back in. Right now, that doesn't happen in a lot of places. But that's a problem we can see we're going to have to talk about. And we've started talking about how to do that, make exceptions to the code, and make code changes to make sure that's addressed. Okay? Okay? So, what are the requirements in Maryland now if you put in sprinklers in your house? Obviously, it's got to be designed by a licensed contractor, and it's got to be installed by a licensed contractor or a master plumber that possesses a Maryland license. Come through our office, State Fire Marshal's office. That's kind of a given. Okay? Now, here's where you come into play, is we come into testing and maintenance. Because we try to keep the cost down for the installation of these systems, we're going to try to pass along the requirements for testing and maintenance onto the homeowner. Because we don't want to cost these people a lot of money, to go out there and have to go, to pay for someone to come in and test their system all the time. So, one of the things we have to look at is that the homeowner is knowledgeable in what to do. The tests are simple, and we'll come up with a list here in just a minute. We'll have to make sure this happens. But one of the things that worry us is the last bullet on this slide, is what work is being accomplished in these houses by the homeowner without us knowing about it, okay? The homeowner goes into a house that's fully sprinklered. The basement is not finished, okay? The sprinklers are exposed and the ceiling is exposed, but as a weekend project, they go down and buy, a pile of drywall from the local home goods store and decide they want to finish their basement. So they enclose that basement ceiling, and lo and behold, where do the sprinklers end up? Above the ceiling. What good does that do us as far as protection is concerned? Nothing. Okay? So that's something that we need you to watch for, and something that you need to educate the public out there that, hey, if they do that kind of an operation in their house, to watch out for that kind of fire protection that they may be affecting by the construction work they're doing. That's important. Yes? Same thing, same problem. Yeah, same exact issue. Well, the problem there is that with the fire marshal's office is not authorized to inspect single-family houses, but there should be a local housing authority or building department, which is local to your jurisdiction, that does handle that problem. So that's who you report it to. Okay? That's what you have to watch for. Okay? So be careful of that, because that may be an issue. All right? So, alterations like that, when they come, make sure that they do not affect the sprinkler system operations. Maybe a new wall, maybe a new ceiling, okay? Maybe a change of use of a room that wasn't required to be sprinklered in the first place. Now they're finishing off their attic, which was previously unoccupied. Okay, now it's going to be used as a bedroom for their kids or something, or playroom for their kids. That's the things we got to preach to the public, that they have to make sure they consider fire protection in their scheme of plan of what they're designing and what they're building. Important things to remember, okay? Because it's often forgotten. And that's one of the things that's important for you to do, okay? So what do we do, or what are the basics that we have to do in order to make sure that these systems continue to operate properly? Once again, this falls a lot back onto the homeowner as to what they do as far as testing is concerned. Water supply is a big issue. Make sure that they don't go down and shut the valve off that cuts off the water supply from their municipal system, their public water supply, to their sprinklers. What we try to do, in most cases, is to arrange these systems so that there is one shutoff valve that controls both the domestic and the sprinklers, and then a separate valve that controls just the domestic. Okay? So what that does, and any time I shut down my sprinkler system, I'm going to automatically shut down my domestic water. And when I shut down my domestic water, that house becomes basically not livable, because I have no means to flush my toilets, to wash my clothes, take a shower. That's all gone. Okay? Now, if I reverse that, and if I put down that I have a separate, just for the sprinkler system, I can shut down my sprinklers by themselves and still keep my domestic water in operation, and therefore people would have a tendency maybe to forget, okay, that they've shut the sprinklers off for some reason, or intentionally shut them off for some reason. So bear that in mind, that that's an important thing that they have to keep going, is that they have to keep the water supply on to those sprinklers, because if the house is livable, we need that protection. Right? If you have a situation where you don't have public water and you got a well and pump or a tank and pump, then you have to make sure that that's in operation. We'll get to that in just a minute as to how we keep an eye on that. Now, the other thing important to do is as far as the maintenance of 40 degrees Fahrenheit as a minimum temperature wherever you're having wet pipe sprinklers run. Because obviously if we have freezing conditions, we have a potential with a freeze problem, which causes a plug, and then number two is the second problem, is a burst of pipe. We don't want either one of those to happen. So what they've done is they've allowed, like you see in this picture, is the pipe to run and then be tinted by insulation to trap the heat from the occupied spaces of the dwelling and keep that pipe from freezing. But what happens when the cable guy goes in your attic and runs new cable wire and walks across the joist in the attic? One of the things he probably does, inadvertently, is move that insulation. So now if that insulation is moved in the wrong place and exposes that pipe to the unheated attic, what potential does that leave us? Yeah. So we have to make sure that when that occurs, that insulation is put back the way it was originally intended, because if it's not, we lead us to that potential issue about freezing pipes. And number one, does it not only negate our fire protection of the house, but also if somebody has a pipe that freezes and bursts from the sprinkler system, what does that make us look like? When water starts cascading down through the ceilings of the house because of a broken sprinkler pipe, which they probably didn't want there in the first place, right? It's our fault, okay? So those are two important aspects to remember when it comes down to protecting that pipe against freezing conditions. okay? The other problem we've seen, mostly in either duplexes or townhouses, is what happens when you have an inactive system. Now, we have a row of townhouses, okay? They're all sprinklered, okay? And they're in Ocean City, so someone decides in the middle of the group that they want to go to Florida for the winter, and they want to winterize their house. So what do? They turn off their water, which then turns off the sprinkler system. So now I've got people that are living in occupied houses on maybe both sides of this middle of the road group, which has no fire protection in it. Is that a problem? And also considering the fact that probably the model codes have allowed us exceptions to reduce the fire rating of the passive fire protection features in the houses that are separated by these that are now sprinkled. And now I have one in the middle that's been shut down. Is that an issue? Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure how to exactly address that. That's a good question, because we know people do that. And that people do that without telling anybody. Okay? But there's another problem that we've seen as to how to address that issue when we have adjacent properties which are no longer protected. There are antifreeze systems which are available, but they are frankly very expensive, because now you have to go to a listed antifreeze system. There are potentials for contamination of water supplies, which makes it hard to do. And they also have to be tested to make sure that their specific gravity is enough to prevent the freeze issue. So I won't say we discourage the use of the antifreeze system. They're not very popular, thank goodness, but it's become more complicated to use one. And if you have to go that route, you have to, we understand. But once again, there are other means maybe that you can use to protect it in order to keep that from happening. But like as you can see the example here in the lower left, or I'm sorry, lower right of the slide, where you have to provide extra piping for a fill cup and for expansion, because antifreeze will expand and contract with the difference in temperature and things like that. So it gets a lot more complicated to install and a lot more expensive to install. Okay? So here's the common checklist that's in the code that we would recommend that people would address as homeowners, because homeowners are the ones now that are going to be responsible for these tests. And as long as you do that for your own system, okay, in your own house, you don't need a license. Now, if you do it commercially, then you need to get a commercially licensed contractor to do that. But if you do this for your own house, okay, these are something they've done, and they say this was all written because we're trying to keep down the costs of installing and maintaining these systems. So if you go through here and you look through the checklist that you see, and a lot of it has to do with like a monthly check to make sure you got water in your tank, that you turn your pump on just to make sure the pump runs, okay, that you test it once a year to make sure that you have enough water supply, that you haven't lost anything. So these are the kind of things, and make sure your sprinklers are not been damaged or covered by new walls or new ceilings, that kind of issues. Those are the kind of things it talks about doing. This is what we need you as ambassadors to go out and talk to the public and say, these are becoming more and more popular and required these days, these sprinkler systems. Have you considered checking it as you would do, say, your furnace or your heat pump or your other, features in your house to make sure they're up and running? You test your smoke detectors, you check your sprinklers, but now you've got another system that's for fire protection in your house that you may not have had before, particularly if your house is new or you move into a new house. Okay, something to consider. So these are programs that we need to make sure that the public is aware of, number one, and that they're doing, number two. Okay, switch gears a little bit. We talked about sprinklers. Now we need to talk about smoke alarms. And obviously, smoke alarms have been around a little bit longer, but they're a little more widespread. But the way the Maryland law is written, the type of smoke alarm required for your house is depending upon the date the house was constructed. Okay? So you see the first example here, and we'll start up. Your house was built or remodeled before July 1, 1975, okay, you're permitted to have either battery or electrically operated smoke alarms in the house. Okay? Now you have to have one on each level, which is a little bit different than the original law, and you have to have them in the sleeping areas, not in each sleeping room, but in the hallway of each sleeping area. So that's what's permitted. Now, the thing to remember here, and we'll talk about this in detail in just a minute, is the type of battery-operated smoke alarm that's permitted in Maryland today. The only one that's permitted to have today is the kind that's the 10-year sealed battery type alarm. Okay? That's the only one you should see installed in any house in Maryland today. And we'll tell you why in just a minute. Okay? The old 9-volt batteries, plug-in type, they're not permitted anymore. And we'll tell you why in just a minute. Okay? But this is an important date to remember. Now it progresses. So if your house was built between July 1st, 75 and January 1st, 1989, here's where we go for a transition from requiring or permitting a battery-operated alarm to requiring an electrically operated alarm. So if you see a house that was built in this time frame here, the areas are about the same as far as where they're required, okay? But the type of alarm changes and goes to an electrically operated detector. Okay? See the difference, right? And you see the change there is to 1989. Now read carefully. If you go between 1989 and July 1st of 1990, okay, what's the difference? The interconnected part. What that means is if you have more than one smoke alarm required in your house because your sleeping areas are separate areas of the house, or it's multi-story, because remember we said you had the one on each level. Now, if your house was built in this time frame, not only do they have to be electrically operated, they've got to be interconnected so that if one alarm would activate, both of those or the number of those alarms would all sound. That hadn't been required up to this point. Okay, but that's the next step. Okay, so there's where the next innuendo comes in. Now, if you go from July 1st of 1990 to July 1st of 2013, now what have we added here? Who's sharp enough to figure that out? The battery backup has been added. So remember we said, first of all, you can have older houses that can have battery-operated alarms. Then we went to electrically operated alarms. Then we went interconnected electrically operated alarms. Now we've thrown in a requirement that says if your house was built after July 1, 1990, that electric alarm has to be battery backup. And we get a lot of questions thrown at us here about, does the battery backup on an electric detector have to be the 9-volt, or the 10-year sealed battery? The answer to that question is no. Okay? The 10-year sealed battery is only required where that battery provides the primary source of power to the detector. Where you have a secondary source of power to the detector, like this one, that does not have to be the 10-year sealed battery. Now they make them that way, that there are, but they're not required. Okay? So that question comes to us a lot as to whether that's required or not. And you can, like I said, there can be local amendments that change that, but the state law says they do not have to be. Now, what have we added here? If our house was built after July 2013, okay, there's a couple of major changes that are added here. In each sleeping room, this is where this comes from, okay? So if my house was built after July 1st, 2013, not only do I have to have them in the hallways and in each level, but I have to have one in each room, each sleeping room. So that was a major addition after 2013. The other part was added here was the hush button. Anybody knows what that means? If you have an alarm that was set off because your dad was smoking a cigar and he puffs into the alarm and it really isn't a fire, you can go up and push that button and silence that alarm. Okay? And we're going to talk in just a minute here about what they're trying to do to try to address the nuisance alarm issues when it comes down to these smoke alarms. okay? And that's becoming a big problem, okay? But you see here we've progressed from older houses that had battery-operated only alarms to electric detectors, to interconnected detectors, to detectors with battery backup, to now detectors that have every room, and also ones that have the hush button feature. That's the way the state law has progressed to address these issues, okay? And there may be local amendments that are more stringent than these, but this is the way the state law is currently written, okay? We've talked about these applying to single-family houses. Bear in mind, there may be different requirements to apply to multi-residential. We're talking about the hotel, motels, condos, and things like that, where the building codes and the life safety code would take over and make special requirements for those particular types of residential units. Okay, you have to address that as they come. Depends upon the size, the nature, the type of occupants, and the data that's constructed. And we didn't go to that detail in these slides. Once again, though, on this slide, you can see where the requirement for the backup battery was not necessarily the 10-year seal battery. Okay? Now, this is where this comes from. So, a couple other things to remember when you're out there in the public and they're answering questions and you know, imparting this type of information onto the public. What they need to know, number one, is that any type of battery-operated smoke alarm which is sold in Maryland today has to be the 10-year seal battery. You should not be able to go into a store in Maryland and purchase a detector or a smoke alarm that has a plug-in type battery. That's a problem. Yep, that's an issue. And that's why we need you to go out there and tell the people that they shouldn't buy those types of alarms. We can call Amazon and say, hey, don't sell them in Maryland, and we've had cases where we've done that. Okay, but that's a problem. Okay, and that's why we need to make sure the public is aware of the fact they should not be buying a smoke alarm that doesn't have a sealed battery. That's an important feature. Okay, the other important feature is if someone has to replace an electrically operated alarm, they should not it's not permitted for them to replace it with a battery operated type detector. It's got to be like in kind. Electric to electric. It's like that. That's part of the law as well. Okay? And here's where we get into the fact that says any smoke alarm has to be replaced within 10 years of the date of manufacture. Okay? And it should be that shown on, like it shows you on the slide, the date of manufacture should be shown on the alarm, because they're saying that a smoke alarm will not activate properly after being installed for 10 years. Not just a battery issue, but a detection issue. Now, if I go back to my original statement that you shouldn't see any 9-volt battery detectors left in Maryland because this rule has been in effect for 10 years. Okay? You still see them. Yep. That's why you go out there and tell these people this is what the rules are. They should be replacing those types of detectors because they're more than 10 years old with the type of detector which is permitted, which is the 10-year seal battery. Okay? That's important. Important thing to remember. Okay? In the future, and I should say that there are two standards by UL that are written up that address this. UL 217 is the smoke alarm standard, product standard. UL 268 is the product standard for the smoke detectors, which are part of a system, which are trying to address the nuisance alarm. And these new detectors that are going to be manufactured to pass the 217 and 268 tests have to pass these particular provisions that you see on the screen here. And the actual test for a nuisance alarm is frying a hamburger. They do that in the UL lab. They take a frozen hamburger because they say the hamburger is what produces the most common and variety of types of products of combustion that would cause these alarms to activate. So they fry a hamburger, they have the alarms installed within 10 feet of it, and they say this can't go off within so many minutes to pass the test. Okay? The other thing they burn is polyurethane foam, because that's the synthetic materials test. that they burn polyurethane foam, and the detector has to pass a similar test to that. Now, the problem with that is they keep pushing the effective date of this standard out. They've pushed it twice so far. Now it's the 2024 is when it's going to become effective. So in the meantime, we have these detectors which are not passing these tests. They're on the market, but theoretically, this is what they're moving towards. The last piece of this puzzle they're talking about is the warning signal. And they found that the low frequency warning signal is the most effective to waken a sleeping person. Okay? But not all smoke alarms that are offered today have that low frequency alarm feature. And one of the big problems with that is the low frequency alarm feature requires a lot of power, which the current batteries can't handle. So they're trying to make new alarms to be able to pass the test. That's one of the reasons why the effective date keeps moving forward. Because there's nothing available now that does it. We're working on it. That's what the goal is, to do that. That's one of the problems, and that's why they keep moving it forward, because they can't get it to do it. And once they get it to do it, then they'll be able to manufacture them to do that way. But the intent is that they last to 10 years. That's their hope, okay? It's not in place yet. It's something in the works, in progress. And that's why it's a moving target. Because we can't settle on it to be functional yet. Okay, so we're not illegal by doing that. Okay? Yes, sir.
Really, there's a lot of issues where a lot of homes have electric smoke alarms already installed that are more than 10, 12, 15, 20 years old. They're supposed to be replaced every 10 years also.
Correct. Any smoke alarm is required to be replaced in a 10-year period.
Somehow, no, we need to get that out there and explain to some of these people. A lot of houses I go into now, well, I've only been there since I bought the house 25 years ago.
And there's no guarantee it's going to work.
So we need to replace it.
Yep. Yep, you sure do. And that's what I'm saying. That's what we need you out there to do that. That's one of the messages we need you to take out there. Okay? Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Okay? Here's what you need to think about. Number one, the purpose of the residential sprinkler system is for people protection, not for property protection. So it's only intended that it would control, not extinguish, control the fire long enough for the people to be able to realize that there's a problem and to evacuate the house. Okay? That's what it's intended for. The design scenario for that is that for a house, no matter what the size of it, whether it's a 600 square foot house or it's a 6,000 square foot McMansion, that the number of sprinklers that would activate for a fire is a maximum of 2. 2. Okay? So do the math. A typical residential sprinkler will flow approximately 15 gallons a minute. Now there are different types of sprinklers that flow more because they got to cover bigger areas. There's ones that flow less because they cover smaller. But typically 15 gallons a minute is what a typical sprinkler would flow. Okay? For a single family house, the code requirement is that your water supply has to last for 10 minutes. That's the time that they think was sufficient for someone who's in a house that's on fire for them to be able to evacuate the house is 10 minutes. Okay? So if you do the math, you flow 2 sprinklers at 15 gallons a minute for 10 minutes, you come up with a total on-site water supply of 300 gallons. That's what the code requires. Okay? And that's what they're there for. So, 1,000-gallon tank, more than enough. If you connect to a municipal public water supply, more than enough. Okay? It's where you have non-public water. And trust me, I know about areas with non-public water. 80% of the first 2 areas in Eastern Fire Department is non-public water. Okay? So we do tank and pump. We do well and pump, which is okay too. As long as your well has the capacity to pump that much water, 30 gallons a minute, that you can use a well. You don't have to put a tank in. And the other important fact is the type of pump that you use for the 13D systems that's for single-family houses doesn't have to be a listed fire pump. It can be any type of pump. Doesn't have to have power backup. Secondary water supply. Secondary power supply. Doesn't need it. What the theory is, if your power goes out, once again, that house becomes uninhabitable. You're going to leave. That's the theory. Okay? Yes, sir. Another question. Nothing that I'm aware of that's simple. And, simple, we keep it cost effective. And to me, there's nothing I know of that's out there that's like that. That's another issue we have, is that we need alarm signals that are loud enough to alert people, but we don't want them too loud, because then you can't communicate. So if you need to tell somebody to do something about where to go, how to do it, you're okay, you're not okay, we can't do that if the alarm's overriding that. So, but that's kind of a complicated situation. I don't know if it's been addressed in a general fashion for residential smoke detection. Yeah. Okay? All right. The other aspect of this is now it's coming into play is a requirement for the carbon monoxide alarms. Okay? And where that started from, that is now part of a state law that says here that if you have a lodging rooming house or a rental dwelling unit that was constructed at any time, or if you have a owner-occupied 1 or 2 family dwelling that was constructed after January 1st, 2008, that relies on fossil fuel, okay, you need to install carbon monoxide alarms. And there was a question that came up that was answered once again by, I think, an AG opinion about there's a difference there between a rental dwelling unit, which may be the same size of a single-family house, and the house that was owner-occupied. And it doesn't make a difference. And they told us, yeah. We thought originally, no, it wouldn't make a difference. But the answer to that question that came out, yeah, it did make a difference. Okay? And the difference is that we don't have the control necessarily of tenants in rental units that you might have in owner-occupied dwellings. So, for example, and it would have precipitated this was an incident in Princess Anne in Somerset County, where we had a dwelling unit which was all electric. The power was cut off to the house. The renter went out and bought a portable generator to keep his heat on, set it on the porch of his house, ran it all night, and ended up killing him and his 7 kids in the house. So this is what kind of precipitated that rule. So bear in mind that any type of rental dwelling unit, okay, and I guess we wouldn't see people lugging generators up 10 floors into a condominium in Ocean City, but it could be a possibility that something like that could happen. So therefore, the law was made a little bit stricter for those types of units than it was for owner-occupied units. Okay? And what does the carbon monoxide alarm have to do? Okay? and you see it on the screen here, is once again, it pretty much follows the same thing as the smoke alarms. Once again, not a requirement in single family owner occupied until you get the buildings that were built after 2008 and have the attached garage or has the fuel burning appliances. Okay, but the 10-year batteries, sealed batteries are permitted in hotels and rental dwelling units just because you're installing these in a lot more retroactive situations, and it doesn't want to require to run a lot of power to these different places. So it does permit you to use a battery operated alarm in these types of scenarios. Okay, and it provides either an alarm which alerts the occupants, or it's connected to some kind of a central on-site control area that those people there could alert the people responsible for that particular problem. A little bit more stringent in hotels, motels, and rental units than is on owner-occupied dwellings, but basically the requirements are the same. Okay, and where they have to be installed, obviously, if you have a device in the unit which emits CO, such as a fireplace or a stove or something like that, then you have to provide it on the wall there. If you're in an adjacent room to that, same thing applies. If you're next to an unventilated attached garage, or if you have ductwork that connects that room to an area and the device that emits CO. We had an incident in Ocean City where an occupant of a motel unit died because they were in a room that was directly above the dryer room for the commercial laundry. And unbeknownst to them, CO was emitted from the dryer vent, which was not properly vented to the outside, filled their motel room up full of CO. They went to the hospital once, thinking they had food poisoning, came back, and they got sick that night, and eventually 2 of the 4 persons in that room died. Okay, so that's where these requirements kind of came from. And be careful that you watch the rooms that are adjacent as well. Okay, same thing here for the rental dwelling units, like the smoke alarms, sleeping in the sleeping areas in every level. Okay, the owner-occupied is required only where you do the fossil fuel for heat, ventilation, hot water, or clothes dryers. And I told you the scenario about what that happened before. Now, let's talk about a few things in the last few minutes I have left about some issues we're talking about with different types of construction features and protection features for houses that are popping up as kind of things to look at in the future. And once again, now you're seeing a lot of these, what they call them photovoltaic or solar panels being installed on houses. And what kind of problems do they cause? And you can see here from the slide, as far as access to the roof being a problem, because now we're covering our roofs with these panels. So how do you get access to the roof around the perimeter and both between the panel? How do I ventilate a fire from inside the house when I've got the roof covered with these types of panels? And what kind of fire spread could I get from the space between the panel itself and, say, the underside of the roof? Okay? And is there a combustible space there because the roof is of asphalt shingles or combustible construction, or the support system for the panels are of combustible construction? So now I've got fire spread possible between that sandwich of the roof panel and the old roof of the house. And how does fire spread there? So that's something else that we have to keep our eyes on as to how these things are going to operate. The other thing about this that's important is, when do these panels generate power? And that's anytime there's light on them. Okay, they keep going. And that could be at nighttime. If you shine a certain floodlight on the type of that panel, what's that panel going to do? Exactly what it's supposed to. Start making power. So therefore, it's important that you mark and locate and have means to shut off the power that's generated by these panels as they go into the house. Because that can certainly backfeed a system and cause electric shock hazards to people inside, i.e. especially firefighters and first responders that are entering these houses where they think now there's no power because they've shut the power off from Pepco, but they've got solar panels on the house. Because I put the floodlights on the front of the house, are now starting to generate power and backfeed into the house. Possible scenario that you have to think about. And people need to be educated that that's a possible it's going to happen. So think about it as to how that's going to work. Okay? Another thing we're going to look at here in the future is remote inspections. You know, typically we take a clipboard, we take somebody that walks through a building and look at the building for inspections. But more and more these days, we're finding because of distance, cost, pandemics, other things, that we're going to look at buildings like this remotely. Somebody's going to sit at a computer screen, and you're going to have somebody else in the field that's going to hold up a camera, which may be on a computer, okay, or an unmanned device. You know, so we're going to have remote virtual inspections. We're going to also have unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, which are going to fly over to these situations and actually do the inspections, and people can watch them from a screen somewhere in their office. There's a new standard that NFPA is putting together, 915, currently in the works, that's going to address how to do that. So that's something in the future that you might see coming, is having a remote inspection like that rather than an on-site inspection. Yes. Yep, very beneficial in a couple specific conditions. Number one is if it's a long distance, and we're talking about maybe somewhere in Alaska or Colorado or Montana, where you have to drive for days in order to get to an inspection to do one building or one room, and would it be more cost beneficial to do it remotely than to send a surveyor out there that far to do something that simple? Okay, that's important. Number two is something that's very easily inspected. You know, you're required to replace the lights in an exit sign. So rather than go send somebody across town or across country to go look at one light and one sign, the person can show you on a computer screen, hey, I fixed my sign. So that makes it a lot easier, okay? So we're trying to address it in those ways. So new standard coming out that's going to address that kind of issue, okay? Another thing we're going to see here more and more are flammable refrigerants as they go into residential use, okay? We're seeing the A2Ls, and you can see that the chart on your lower right-hand corner as to the hazard they introduced. And the A2Ls were picked to go into residential type of equipment because, like I said, it's non-toxic, but it is flammable. And those were held up for a good while because of the flammability of these A2L refrigerants. But the 2022 or 2024 codes will be permitting this type of refrigerant to be installed in things like refrigerators, air conditioning units, and things like that in residential dwellings. So we're putting in flammable refrigerants into residential settings. And that's something that you have to watch out for. Now, you're probably not going to see a lot of it until you get to something that's more of a commercial grade. But there's nothing that says, you know, that a person couldn't build a big pantry in their house, put commercial grade refrigerators in there. They're full of the A2L refrigerants. So because of cost, because of the toxicity, because of the environmental concerns, okay, and because of their ease to get it, you're going to find more and more of this stuff being introduced into your residential settings. Something else to be careful of and to watch for, because it's coming. Okay. Another important thing is we're seeing now a trend towards marijuana growth, and how this impacts you. Say, well, we're not sure what the fire hazard is with that, but as you can see, some of the hazards that are introduced by this deal with electrical nature, okay? And we always kid around about if the smoke detector goes off in the marijuana processing plant, is that going to attract people to come versus make them leave, okay? So that's always a thought in our mind, okay? But you can see that if we start introducing lights for growing stuff, how much of electrical hazard that's going to introduce. The fumigation and pest control, where, you know, these plants go a lot better in a CO2 enriched atmosphere. So now we're going to take this building where we're going to grow this material and we're going to pump it full of CO2. Is that going to make, what's that going to say about human, you know, habitation? Can't breathe it, right? Same thing with fumigation and pest control. They're going to spray that stuff on there. And how do they process it? If they're making the process, how do they do that? Anybody know? You take a tube, you put the marijuana plant in it, you introduce butane gas, and then you mash it to get the oil. Okay? So what do you think the problem is there with the introduction of butane gas? How do you store it? How do you use it? You know, and there's been several explosions in these unlicensed and unauthorized marijuana plants, processing plants, where the people have used this material and blown themselves up. It is flammable gas. It blows gas. So the other thing is, the last on the list is about security. You know, how do we access this? We have a plant that opened in Worcester County, and before they would let anybody into their plant, you had to put on, take your clothes off, totally change your clothes, put on coveralls before you could enter, do the same thing when you leave. And what does that do for someone who's having a medical emergency inside, to a medic crew that's trying to get in there to them? Or to a fire. And they're going to say, hey, you can't go in there because we're afraid you're going to come out with your pockets full of marijuana. Okay? So how do we address those security type issues like that? Good thing to think about. Okay, I'm not sure there's a real answer yet, but that's something that's coming, particularly, like I said, if we move towards the authorization of this for recreational use. New chapter in NFPA 1 dealing with additive manufacturing. Additive manufacturing is 3D printing. And that's another thing that's coming along, and we're going to find more and more equipment and materials built using the 3D printer. So a new standard coming out dealing with that. We talk about commercial cooking operations. Funny story I have to tell you real quick. We had an incident in Easton where we had a police incident. Chase ended up being a standoff. So the police were going to be out there for some period of time along Route 50. So they called the fire department for a rescue truck to go out there to provide lighting for the scene. So the rescue truck left. I was sitting there in the station. One of the younger members, they're only like 16 years old, came in, and they were sitting there talking, and all of a sudden they said they called for the canteen to come to the scene, right? And he looked at me because he was kind of confused. He said, why would they call a canteen? He was thinking of something you carry in your belt when you go hiking. Okay, to him that was a canteen, right? I said, no. I said, what that means is that originally they have a truck up there that they have where they would bring to the scene, and they provide food service, their coffee and sandwiches or whatever to people in the scene while they're there, and they can't go back to the station. He said, oh, you mean a food truck? I said, yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, so here's the new kids on the block know what a food truck is, but don't know what a canteen is, right? So that's kind of an interesting story, but that's kind of where we're moving, okay? Is more mobile and that kind of stuff. And how do we regulate those? As far as gas, cooking equipment, what we do with our fuel gas, what we do with our cooking operations, just like a kitchen, okay? And now we have people that are inside working. How do we get them out in case there's a fire? How do we egress the truck or the trailer that they're in? So those are some issues that are coming up. And there's a new chapter that's in NFPA 1 that deals with those particular hazards. Where do you park them? Maryland now has a checklist that they use to certify food trucks. Make sure that the gas equipment is in place, the fire protection is in place, they're operated correctly, they're parked correctly, and all that kind of good stuff. So that's a new and coming thing is how to regulate these mobile cooking operations. Energy storage system, lithium-ion batteries. Okay, a bunch of them here, there's a bunch in your computer. How do we regulate them? You ever seen one of those on a thermal runaway? There's no control in it. Water won't put it out. Okay? The airlines are really concerned about people carrying laptop computers on airplanes and one catches fire in flight. What do? They're making bags to drop these things in now to try to contain them. And they're experimenting with a number of different ways as to how to control it. But once again, the energy storage system issue is becoming front and center. There's currently a chapter in NFPA 1 that's going to address this, but there's also a new NFPA standard coming out, 855, that deals specifically with how to prevent and contain problems with these types of lithium-ion batteries, because they're becoming a problem and an issue. If you haven't seen the UL video about what one looks like when they go off, watch it. It's amazing. Okay? We're talking about requirements now for explosives and fireworks, particularly consumer fireworks. Something else that is changing, there's a bill in, I'm not sure how far it's going to go this session in Maryland, that will define that further. But currently Chapter 65 of NFPA 1 deals with that issue. Another kind of an interesting issue is building high-rise buildings out of wood using cross-laminated timber. So we have an 18-story building in University of Vancouver, Brock Commons, is built out of this cross-laminated wood construction. We have a high-rise building of wood construction, and how that's protected. They went through a number of tests at the ATF lab up here in Beltsville, built 2 scenarios like this, and you can see here that one of the ways they control it is they cover it all in drywall. They don't leave the wood exposed, but they build these buildings, ran some full-scale tests, kind of look like that when they burn it, and lo and behold, when they were done, it was left intact. Okay? But the question came up there is, when you have, after a fire scenario like that, you know, how to repair it? How do you fix it? Do you just piecemeal it back? If you have charred wood, is it okay to put it back? A couple of last aspects before I finish up. Buildings under construction, now being a big issue. We had one obviously here in College Park not too long ago, and how to control the issues dealing with that. And the NFPA 241 standard talks about how to address the problems you see on the screen here, particularly with temporary structures and egress. Hazards, working hazards, dealing with buildings under construction. See those listed on screen. Okay. Fire protection features, typically when it comes down to portable and first aid equipment. What do we need there as far as structures needed and how to protect that? Something else that's breaking on the scene, no pun intended, is what they call brake pods. You ever been in the airport to see these where people can go in and actually take a nap while they're waiting for their flight? And I think this picture is from Abu Dhabi, but we've been approached by a couple different manufacturers. Excuse me, they want to make these pods that either use for sleeping or for working. The individual will go in, shut the door, take a nap, do their work, sit at a desk in an airport, in the university, the library, maybe in a corporate office. But they're a up and coming thing. How do we protect them? Do we put smoke detectors inside? Do we put sprinklers inside? Are they portable? Are they not portable? Good question. No answers yet, but something you'll see coming. Okay. The other thing that's interesting that we've seen because of the pandemic mostly is what do you do about temporary building use for emergency uses? So, for example, I take the Javits Center in New York City and turn it into a hospital. Javits Center in New York City was not made to be a hospital. Okay, but now I need it because there's a hurricane, there's a tornado, there's a pandemic, where I've got to move people into it. How do I protect that particular building against the hazards I'm introducing because I'm taking an assembly hall and making it into a hospital? Okay, so that's another consideration that's being made for the next editions of the code as to how we would protect these kind of temporary and unusual occupancies. So some common requirements we want to get to as we wrap up as to what we would need to see as far as the codes are concerned and what we need to see you doing out there to protect and pass the word into the public as far as egress, fire protection system. We talked about that a little bit. We talked about communications, you know, and of course mass communications is another moving target. How do we get the word out to people on the campus that there's a problem on campus? Okay? The old theory about, you know, blowing a siren, yelling on a loudspeaker, I ain't gonna get it anymore. You text them, you page them, you know, that kind of thing. People sitting in a ballpark or a stadium you put a message on the scoreboard. That's the common thing, not ringing a bell, okay? So this is another moving target we have to talk about is communications, and trust me, there's a lot of talk about going on about how to handle that, okay? Use the codes to your advantage because they're there, they're written with requirements in them. Believe it or not, a lot of them make sense as to why they're written that way and how they're written that way. So, if you, like I said, if you have the adoption of the code, if you enforce it properly, you coordinate your operations between the enforcement and the suppression activities, and you make reasonable modifications when you need to. If you need to move a hospital in a Javits Center, what do we got to do to make sure it's protected? Reasonable, okay? That's the other important feature of how to do that. So, I guess in closing, there's one thing one comment I'd like to leave, and that is a comment from my favorite philosopher of all time, Dr. Seuss. Dr. Seuss says, unless people like you care a whole awful lot, nothing's going to get better. It's not. Keep up the good work. Appreciate your attention. I'll keep you no longer from lunch. Thank you.
All right, well, I'm handing it over to the ambassadors. They're going to do the next two presentations. Here you go. Yeah, let's do that. Do both of them at the same time so we can just make sure we can run through this. All right. You want to start with yours first? Not in the order of who's going to be presented first.
Well, it technically is because I'll have our first presenter, which is Miss Naji Kirby, and she is a part of the road safety team and manages the pedestrian, bike, and rail safety program at Safe Kids. She collaborates with partners, funders, and coalitions throughout the United States to reach as many families as possible. A passion to serve others and a mission to create and foster positive changes has always been the foundation of her work and is one of her core principles. She believes that we all play a part in keeping one another, especially children, safe from all injuries, but especially preventable ones. And realizing that inequities in various communities, we must also make an effort to meet people where they are where they are with the education, with the conversation that may one day save their lives or the lives of someone they may know.
And we have, come on over, Savannah. Please. You're fine. You want to take your mask off?
I'd like to introduce Jennifer Williams. Jennifer Williams is a senior content specialist for UL's Fire Safety Research Instruction Institute, FSRI. She supports the FSRI team and partners to amplify reach and engage with key stakeholders to increase firefighters' knowledge and reduce injuries and deaths in the fire service and the community they serve. She is a 14-year-old veteran of the fire service, with most of her service at the Lewes Fire Department in Lewes, Delaware. She received her associate's degree in fire science, arson investigation from Montgomery College, and is currently working towards her bachelor's degree in marketing through the University of Maryland University College. Before joining FSRI, Jennifer worked as the public relations specialist for the Maryland Fire and Rescue Institution, University of Maryland, and has worked on numerous safety initiatives over the years.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, Naji.
afternoon, everyone. I think as Chief Burns said, this is the second danger part after lunch, so I hope I can keep you awake. Thank you again for the introduction. My name is Naji Kirby, and I'm with Safe Kids Worldwide. And today I was asked to just talk about kind of our pedestrian, bike, and rail safety programs. So first, I'll just show a short video that kind of speaks to our mission.
I have nothing to tell you.
Nothing to choose.
Nothing to post.
Nothing you read about in the paper or see on the news. That's because nothing happened.
Because your car seat was installed correctly.
Your family put medicine out of the child's reach. There were working smoke alarms in your home. You put your baby to sleep on their back in your own crib. And you talk to your team about your social justice. So a tragedy was prevented.
The family wasn't freezing.
The community wasn't torn apart. Nothing happened.
Nothing. And for a parent, that's everything. To learn more, visit safekids.org.
So that is like our mission video that we just did this past year, but it just speaks to our mission, and it also speaks to the things that we try to do, that all of you in this room also try to do, is just to keep families and kids safe from preventable injuries. So that is what we do at Safe Kids, because we know that preventable injuries are the #1 killer of kids in the United States, and and millions of kids are injured every year, of course. We know, so it's really a global pandemic. At Safe Kids, again, I focus on our pedestrian, rail, and bike safety programs. And again, working with kind of our funders and our coalitions are across the country, and that's shown on this map. But we have our coalitions, we have over 400 coalitions across the country in different areas. Our coalitions are the ones who get the work done. They're really our members and our boots on the ground from the worldwide office. So without them, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. So our Safe Kids coalitions are made up of volunteers, incredibly dedicated and caring volunteers. I'm not sure how many of you are part of your Safe Kids coalitions here. But each of our coalitions are members of a hospital, a health department, a nonprofit, a community-based organization. Some of them are members of or part of their fire and rescue services. I actually, before I went to Safe Kids, was a co-coordinator of the Montgomery County Safe Kids Coalition, and I recognize Chief Jarbo. I don't know if you remember me. But I worked there for a couple years when I worked in the Department of Transportation, actually, for Montgomery County, on pedestrian and bicycle stuff, but did a lot of work with with the Safe Kids Coalition as well. So again, our coalitions, they just go above and beyond for one common goal, and that's to keep kids safe. So the programs, and they deliver our programs, our community programs. So we have kind of 3 areas of programming: at home, at play, and on the way is how we set them up. So at home, we cover safe sleep, fire burn prevention, poison medicine safety. At play, water safety, sports safety, and on the way, which is part of the road team, which is what I'm part of, where we cover child passenger safety, teen driving, ped safety, bike safety, and then also rail safety. So this is kind of how our injury topics are separated out, and in each of those topics we provide resources, of which I'll go into a little bit more under the ped, bike, rail. Part of how we work, or the basis of how we work, is in 4 pillars: research, advocacy, programs, and awareness. So we have a research team that collects and analyzes data. It helps us to evaluate our programs so that we can really measure the impact that we're having through our programs. Our advocacy or public policy team advocates for new and improved laws, whether that's seatbelt laws, helmet laws. So that's really what they do. Programs is where the team that I'm a part of develops programs to reach parents, children, educators on our variety of topics. And then awareness is our communications. That involves our communications, our social media, where we deliver consistent messaging. And a lot of the messaging that we do is based in our research. So we leverage the research and insights to be able to craft the correct messages so that they really sink in and hopefully begin to change behavior. And so going into kind of our overall, this is how we do our programs and who we are. Part of what we do is focus on our high-risk and underserved communities. Through that, well, let me take a step back. Part of our programming, especially focused on the road safety area, the U.S. Department of Transportation just released their road safety strategy. One of the key parts of that is the safe systems approach, and the safe systems approach really shifts our previous thinking of safety in conventional way to more of a holistic, comprehensive approach, which really focuses on the human factor, that humans make mistakes and that humans are vulnerable and their vulnerabilities. So that's a big shift as far as nationally in the way that we look at safety. So in this safe systems approach, now we're able to design systems that have various layers of protection in ways to help keep everyone safe. And in that, the safe systems approach also allows us to really get to some of the communities, the traditionally highly marginalized communities, and really try to close those gaps between those that have been under-resourced, those that are well-resourced and those that are under-resourced. Because we know that childhood injury is really, it varies according to age, gender, socioeconomic status, geographic region, and also the child's developmental stages, and their levels of exposure to potential hazards. So to address those risk differentials, and we have to look at exposure as well as our different prevention strategies. We also know that the data suggests that younger children, boys, Alaskan Natives, American Indians, Blacks, African Americans, and those who live in poverty are disproportionately impacted. And we know that those groups vary from community to community, high-risk groups and underserved populations. So we really want to focus on finding very targeted ways to do these interventions because they are going to vary community to community. So at Safe Kids, our approach is we have to meet families, we have to meet children, we have to meet parents where they are with our messaging, even with the conversation, because some people just aren't ready to have the conversation or they're not thinking about it. So we really want to focus on what we can do to meet them where they are in the work that we do. Exploring new and unique partnerships. Sometimes the traditional ways of getting messages to people may not be the same that they used to. You may have to kind of get creative in your partnerships or in what you do. So what we try to do is help develop resources and things for our for the Safe Kids coalitions to locally do their work and to be able to identify and engage with families. So our coalition engagement consists of educating families of young children, teaching older children safe behaviors, raising awareness to influence changes in knowledge and behavior via social media, traditional media, and direct education, and then again, establishing partnerships to better help enhance the impact. And the raising awareness is really important, and we do that in different ways, but also that comes to our measuring our impact, is we have education programs that will involve pre-test, post-test evaluations, just so that we can really make sure that the messages are getting, and that over time, knowledge is increasing and knowledge is changing. So now I'll go into kind of more of our specific programs, our pedestrian, bike, and rail. Pedestrian safety, we have really focused on safe school zones, Take Action Against Distraction, International Walk to School Day, and kind of Global Road Safety Week. And our Take Action Against Distraction was a program that was focused on middle school and high school students, and they had to do a video to really, it was teens talking to teens, so it was peer-to-peer, because as we know, sometimes we can think that we know the great messages for kids, and we are not as cool as we think we are, so they don't necessarily take it from us, but they will listen to each other. So that was one way that we kind of were doing our pedestrian safety messages. And then, of course, participating in International Walk to School Day, which we encourage our coalitions across the country to get involved with their communities to do International Walk to School Day, using that day as a way to really focus on the dangers of walking. And then our safe school zones. Our safe school zone really focuses on changing the infrastructure in communities. So whether it's you need new crosswalks, new lights, just things to make it safer around school zones, because that's where your kids are going to be walking, you know, a majority of the time. So through our Safe School Zones program, focuses on speed reduction, increased levels of walking, and higher compliance. And again, what we have been doing kind of goes back again to this kind of national roadway strategy, which really focuses on safer roads, safer people, safer speeds, safer vehicles, and then post-crash care. So we've been doing things that align with that, and we'll continue to do things that align with that strategy. So just wanted to show kind of some of the before and afters that take place. So just, again, it's improving sidewalks, pads, putting in crosswalks, and things like that in different areas. So we will continue to do that as part of our programming as well. Bike and wheel sports safety. We do various activities. Our coalitions will participate in helmets. We have what's called a Ready to Roll program, where we provide grants and also a kit to do a bike rodeo. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with what a bike rodeo is, but it's an on-course skills for kids to learn how to safely ride a bike. It's not teaching them how to ride the bike, but it's teaching them how to ride safely. So a lot in our communities, the bike rodeos are done in coordination with either a fire rescue or police sometimes as well. We also provide helmets. We have a partnership with Bell Helmets, so we are able to provide helmets to some of the communities. As a Safe Kids Coalition and or Safe Kids Coalition partner, you are also able to request a discounted helmets. So I know that sometimes in doing things in your various community works, you can request it. I think the helmets are only about $8 a piece with the discount. So please, if you would like to utilize that, reach out to your local Safe Kids Coalition. I'll leave some cards in the background. If you can't reach out to them or are not sure who that is, then definitely reach out to me, and I'll definitely be able to provide you that information. Because again, you know, the importance is we want to get helmets on kids and get them on the right way to make sure they're using them. Also, I just wanted to point out during COVID, you know, that really, of course, changed a lot of what we, how we were able to do education. And so there were contactless distributions and drive-thrus, and you may recognize some people in these photos. So we were just really excited that our coalitions continue to work, because we know that during the pandemic, kids were even more so on their bikes and out walking because everybody was home and not there. So I feel like our work never stops, right? So we still had to continue to find creative ways to kind of get the information out. And then rail safety. So rail safety, we have done pieces of rail safety with Safe Kids, but really focused on it in this last couple of years. And it's not something that people think about all the time. And we found through our research that even people that live near railroad tracks don't think about it as much when it relates to safety. But nonetheless, and I'll go to the key messages, every 5 days a child dies from a train collision. So even though it's not something that people think about, this is the true stat and this is what happens, whether it's them walking on the tracks, whether they're in a motor vehicle that gets hit by a train. So really, kids are dying this way, but it's not something that you necessarily think about. So we came up with these key messages, and one of them is stat. The next is sound. Most people think of the old trains where it's loud and you're going to hear it for sure, but that is not how. The newer trains are much quieter than they used to be, so sometimes you won't hear them from far away. The size, some people don't realize that the trains are 3 feet wider at least on each side of the track. So when you are walking along the track and people think they can jump out of the way, that really you're not jumping out of the way, because you still could probably get clipped by the track and or the things that are hanging off of the train. So that is one thing that people don't realize. And also with the train, it's that walking along the tracks is technically trespassing. So that's one thing that people don't realize either. That space around the train belongs to the railroad. And then also stop. That people don't realize that trains can take more than a mile to stop. So when a train sees you, if they start braking, it's already too late. Like, they are going to hit you if you remain on the track. So these are the 4 messages that really stuck, that came from our research, but also really stuck with people. So these are what we're trying to get across to folks. And not just for people walking on the trains, but for drivers on the train that cross the tracks, that go around the barriers, like how important it is not to do those things. And a lot of tractor trailers, emergency vehicles even, like, do get hit on sometimes on these train tracks. And so we're really just trying to keep everybody safe around the trains and tracks. And how we do that, we do 2 direct kind of education programs. One is our Start Safe Travel, and then one is our Railroad Service Learning Program. So our Start Safe Travel program really focuses on parents of kids in Head Start that are Head Start age, and it not only focuses on rail safety, but it also touches on car seat safety to make sure they know which car seat, the correct car seat that their child is supposed to be in, touches on bike safety and pedestrian safety. So this allows us to really get to a specific group of parents to get all of those messages there. And over the course of time, you know, we've been able to engage with thousands of parents and really, again, seen an increase in the knowledge before and after they've taken the program. And then our Railroad Service Learning Program is a way for us to teach teens about railroad safety or the dangers around trains and tracks, not only as pedestrians, but also as drivers. As teens are becoming new drivers, you learn all of these things, and sometimes maybe the railroad part is not covered around the train tracks and certain things. So we really wanted to focus on that. So the teens learn the key messages and then come up with kind of fun and interactive presentations, and then they teach the elementary school students that information through kind of fun and interactive presentations. So it allows the teen to learn, and then you know the teen had to learn it because they then had to teach it. So it's a great way to make sure that the kids are really absorbing the information. And again, this is just some other pictures from kind of different rail activities. And then the picture with the course. So when we're doing different events, larger events, we will set up kind of like a course the kids can walk through. So you're not only learning pedestrian safety, but you're learning rail safety, as you see the little crossbuck in the picture. So that way we're kind of putting all this together, because as pedestrians and as drivers, you may be in all of these situations all in one day. So you just want to make sure, again, that we're reiterating the messages all the time. Most recently, we created a rail safety station, and the purpose of this was to allow other folks to the rail safety information. We realize that we have a limited number of coalitions, and there are lots of communities that still need the information. So this is part of our public-facing website that also has other information, but this is really just focused on rail safety. So there are program guides, fact sheets, videos, community profiles, infographics, kind of all kinds of information. So if that is something that is useful in your community, if you have train tracks, and this honestly could be used, ours is really focused on freight trains, but it's the same messages for passenger rail too, you know, wherever you're gonna be tracks, whether that's a freight train or passenger rail. So you can download information, share it, use it, in whatever you want. So again, and also if you just go to our Safe Kids page, you'll see a button that says Rail Safety Station, and you can access it that way as well. And we kind of constantly keep it updated with new information. One of the resources with our rail is we collaborated with Scholastic to do a Clifford and the Railroad Crossing book. And I'm not sure how many of you may be familiar, but we also have a Clifford Takes a Walk book that focuses on pedestrian safety. We have a Clifford Takes a Swim, which focuses on pool safety and water safety. So this is Clifford and the Railroad Crossing. So the kids love it, especially it helped us because the movie came out as well. So it just re-energized the focus around Clifford. But these Clifford and the Railroad Crossing books are available to anyone for free. So if you can use them, and they're available for free for right now, I'm not sure how long that will be, but because our funder has provided the ability for us to do that. So if you can use these books in your communities as part of your safety messaging, please feel free to reach out to me to request the books, and I can get them sent out to you. And there is on the rail safety station, there's also a lesson plan that goes along with the book. So if you're not sure what to do after you read the book, there's a whole guide that gives you discussion questions and things that you can prompt to ask kids. And we've done a ton of them, and the kids just love it. And we are currently working on actually doing video recordings of the books as well, just with the uncertainty of knowing how long kind of we'll be in this virtual, not virtual space. We're working on the recording, so those will also be on the rail safety station, so that if you want to use them in part of presentations or whatever, you can do that as well. These books are available in English and in Spanish. And continuing on the resources, on our website, the public-facing website, so available to anyone, is our research reports, infographics, fact sheets, tip sheets, checklists on every injury area. So that's all of the ones I've mentioned before: fire, safe sleep, child passenger safety, teen driving, all of those things. So you are welcome to use any of that information in all of the community education that you do. And if our website is pretty dense, so sometimes it's not necessarily very easy to find stuff. So if there's something that in particular that you're looking for that for whatever reason you can't find it, please don't hesitate to reach out and ask me. I'm happy to share all of the information. We do put a lot of work, our team puts a lot of work into these reports and fact sheets because we want people to use them. They're great information, they're great conversation starters, and they're also on our a part of our resources. It's kind of like social media guides. Our coalitions use social media guides that we provide kind of quick pieces that you can just plop into your social media. Like, so if it's Twitter, if it's Facebook, if it's Instagram, that way you're not having to necessarily come up with the content yourself. I know sometimes that can be difficult, so we do these especially around our days, like International Walk to School Day. This month is National Distracted Driving Awareness Month. So kind of along those larger days, we do social media guides. Bike to School Day, Rail Safety Week is in September. So you'll have those as well. So again, please feel free to use any of that information and let me know, if there's something that additional that you can't find. Again, just kind of in more resources, general resources, we have a parent guide to safety, which hits on the top tips in various injury areas. So that'll cover seatbelts, that'll cover fire, that'll cover poisons, medication, kind of all those. So it's a great kind of one piece to share with families because it covers a whole bunch of different topics. That also is available on our website, as well as the Family Safety Activity Book, which again covers multiple topics, has a little game. It's kind of a coloring book. So it's just another nice piece to be able to provide to families, just again, to reiterate the messages and to get them to learn things that they don't know. We have a YouTube channel that has various videos, again, about kind of all of these injury areas. So feel free to check that out. Feel free to share it. All of the information, again, is available and free for download, print, kind of however you want to use it. But hopefully we have kind of created easy enough information for you to just take and be able to use. We want to make sure that as many people are getting the important messages as possible. So again, you can use it, share it with your communities in whatever way. And then just to kind of wrap up, I think it's important that we're here to kind of change behavior, but we also know that when you ask parents about stuff, like you're competing with 5 million other things. And so risk is not necessarily always the thing that is top of mind. Unfortunately, it's more top of mind for people when something actually happens to them or they know somebody that happens. But if it hasn't, then it's kind of hard. So I just want to, just kind of wrap up to say that I think it's kind of repetition. It's important to keep kind of repeating things, to send people to things in different ways, just so that they can keep seeing it. And that's what we want to continue to do. That's what we need your help doing as well. Just in whatever opportunities to be teachable moments, are always good. But again, we know that people are competing. That it's hard to change behavior, period. So, you know, all we can do is kind of just keep giving the messages to those that need them. Any questions? Yeah. I'm not sure of locations directly. We have started to dig down on some data that really focuses on specific communities, and that's on the rail safety station, but I couldn't tell you offhand. But I could find out for you offhand. But yeah, a lot of the main reasons why people, it's trespassing and it's grade crossings. So they're getting to a, you know, if the crossing is flat and it's here, then they're walking across it without kind of doing the same things you would do with as a pedestrian crossing a crosswalk. You're looking both ways, you're trying to make sure you don't want to go when the gates are down. So we're really, those are really the two main ways that kids are getting hit by trains. Yeah. Yep, you can absolutely. Yep, if you can reach out to your coalition, they can come talk about in these topic areas. We at Worldwide are located right in DC, so I'd be happy to come and talk to your community or area about it. But yes, you can request information from your coalition as well as their opportunities to participate in your. I know that when I was a part of a coalition, we participated in like school nights, community festivals, fairs, all those kind of things to be able to share the information. So for sure. Anything else? Okay. Well, thank you, and I will leave my cards in the back. So again, don't hesitate to let me know if I can be of help.
So I'm going to just embarrass a couple people in a good way. We have coalitions in Maryland that are formal Safe Kids coalitions at the local level with Safe Kids Worldwide in Washington County. And Washington County is Kelly Llewellyn through this summer. She will be leaving us. It's not a secret. She said it out publicly. She is finishing her doctorate and owes 4 years to the United States Veterans Administration. But it will still be at Meritus Hospital, and she will train a new person. We have a coalition in Frederick County, which is very active, has monthly meetings. I believe Jessica Dahl is coming back from leave, but she has been leading that coalition, and a number of folks in Fire and Rescue Service, as well as the U.S. Fire Administration, are involved in that. We have a coalition in Carroll County, and there's a couple people from Carroll County here, that is led by the Health Department. And Maggie Rouser and Lauren Harrison are our primary contacts there. We have a coalition in Baltimore City at the University of Maryland, and Johns Hopkins is part of that coalition. Karen Hardingham is, I believe at this point, our longest standing Safe Kids Coalition coordinator, who is still actively doing that in the same role. We have a coalition in Montgomery County, led by Anthony Ramirez and supported by Roger and Jim, who are here, as well as Beth Ann Nessett. We have a coalition in Prince George's County that has transitioned from Teresa Ann's leadership, as she is now really focused on fire and burn safety and isn't doing the whole spectrum. And Brian Clark is our contact there. And they're working closely with, I almost said Prince George's Hospital Center. I did not say that. I said University of Maryland Capital Region Center. And did I give you 7? If I gave you 7, we're tight. We also have 7, what I call community partners that Safe Kids Worldwide used to have chapters, and that just wasn't a fundable thing anymore, but we have kept those. Garrett County, it is Diane Lee, who is right here. In Allegheny County, it is Jeff Hobbs at the hospital, as well as Doug Beitzel, who is at Cumberland Fire. I'm coming across down in Southern Maryland, Anita at the Department of Emergency Services, and I'm blanking on Anita's last name right this second, but she is our coalition coordinator there, or our coalition partner there. We also have a partner in, I did forget one of the 7, at Salisbury at what is now known as Tidal Health, and that has been Carrie Cheesmar, but she has just left that position as the trauma director to go to graduate school full-time, so Sherry is our contact for right now. We also have a coalition, signed coalition in Howard County, and Terry Taylor. I knew I was missing a number. Terry Taylor is that person. We are always looking for new community partners. Cecil County Department of Emergency Services is our most northern one on the Eastern Shore, and that is Angela, and she is coordinating that. And then Kay, who is here, there she is. Kay and Holly are working on the association side and hosting some stuff for us in Singerly. And then in Midshore, we have Mary Alice Van Hoy at United Communities and the Queen Anne's Emergency Center, and she will be handing that off to someone she has yet to identify, because she will be leaving us in about 500 days and moving back to North Carolina, which she reminds me on every phone call. And our newest coalition partner is Caroline County, and Richard is here, and he will be starting up working with both child passenger safety as well as bike safety and the Safe Sleep program. So come find me at one of the breaks. I just took some of Jennifer's time, so we need to give her 5 minutes more.
That's okay. Yeah, no worries. Is everyone still awake? Everyone in the morning kept saying how terrible it is to present in the afternoon. I'm like, really? It's going to be fine. It's good. All right, thank you so much. I'm a little short, so I'll try to move and stand over here a little bit. Let's see. Instead of just talking about my team, I'm going to show you a really quick video. We just made a huge transition this last year from UL's Firefighter Safety Research Institute to Fire Safety Research Institute. You're like, sounds the same, it's still FSRI, what does that mean? So let me just show you a quick video that'll talk about our team and then make sense why I'm going to share all this other interesting information with you. So I also wanted to share that because of some of the topics that were talked about earlier today, and especially Ken Bush. I'm not sure if he's still here. Don't see him. Okay. He was awesome. But some of the things he talked about with those emerging dangers, lithium-ion batteries, solar panels, flammable refrigerants, all these types of things are things that my team is trying to work towards conducting research to provide more information and training for all of you to then take out to the public. So that's who my team is. Ken touched on this a little bit, and I know that this is not necessarily new information to hopefully any of you in the room. But why what I'm going to share with you is so important is because of the fire environment that we're dealing with today. Is this new to anyone? Does anyone not know what today's fire environment is like? It's a safe space. You can raise your hand. All right. I can kind of zoom past this part. So what do we know about today's fire environment? Everything is happening so much faster, right? Faster flashover times. What does that mean for the public? Anybody? Less time to get out. How long do you think they have to get out? Seconds would be very scary, but minutes, I know what you're saying. So it used to be around 17 to 20 minutes. Now we're seeing more like 3 minutes or less. Why is that happening? I'm clicking and nothing is happening. Yeah, so let's watch all of those things that you just saw on the previous slide: lightweight construction, open floor plans, more void spaces. This wonderful text on the screen is just telling you that we conducted another experiment in 2020, pre-COVID, to redo our initial video that hopefully many of you have seen that shows the difference between a room filled with natural materials, your old school homes, to what you would see today filled with synthetic furnishings. Has anyone not seen this before? All right, preaching to the crowd. I like it. Just really quick, this is a good refresher for you, even if you have seen our original video. This is the newer one. This is the one that we want you to use in your classes if you're going back to your fire department and teaching these concepts, maybe to new members or old ones that have forgotten. But also, this is a great tool for the public as well because they have no idea how much time they have. They think they have tons of time. They can get all their favorite belongings. They can go around and grab everybody. They think they can open their bedroom door because it's closed before they go to bed. Shameless plug. But they think they can open that door and they're always going to have a clear way out. We know that's not the case because this is happening. Because this smoke is going up to the ceiling, it's banking down in a matter of, we're less than 4 minutes. And that smoke is already filling up the rest of their house and all of those rooms if the doors aren't closed, right? So we'll go ahead and let it get to flash over and then we'll move on because we all like to see the fire, right? But that's super scary for the public, especially because they have no idea. So what do we do with that? Oh, let me back up, sorry. How does the public perceive fire? Anybody? It doesn't happen to me. Fire Marshal Dracy talked about that this morning. It's never going to happen to me. But where do they get these ideas from? From what it looks like, how it behaves? TV, yes, you guys are on it. TV, campfires, elementary school fire prevention lessons. And that's why what you guys are learning here today from all these presenters and what you do year round is so important to make sure that your messages are relevant to today's fire environment and not what it was 20, 50 years ago. Because those kids today are dealing with today's fire environment. But they don't know what that fire environment looks like. Well, hopefully they don't experience it. But they don't know what it would be like because of what they see on TV. They think a fire will perform more like a campfire, burning up and out, the smoke just goes away. Worst case scenario, you have to move your Adirondack chair to the right because the smoke is blowing in your face. But they don't have to deal with it, or they don't think about it in the sense of a compartment, like a room. So this is a bathtub, but this is a bathtub filling up upside down. This is to give you a visual of what's actually happening in a compartment, and something that's relevant to your audience, right? Because hopefully they haven't been in a room on fire, but everybody's been in a bathtub. This I got from a friend of mine that's on our Public Safety Education Advisory Group. We talked about acronyms this morning. So this is from a tool called Canva. It's just a video of bathtub, but I flipped it upside down to give you this visual. But this is what's actually happening. So the smoke's going up to the ceiling, hitting the top of the ceiling and banking down. And this is what you would be experiencing in that synthetic room that we just watched. So if you're looking for ways to describe how a fire will behave in a room to kids that just like don't have a concept of it, to some adults who don't have a concept of it, this has been a really great tool that I've been using to explain this to people because it's something that they can understand. So just a little nugget there. We took the just the portion of the synthetic room from that original video I showed you and created a PSA called Don't Wait, Plan Ahead, because my whole theme today, which I forgot to mention on my title slide, is don't wait, plan ahead, because they don't have that much time. And that's the reason why behind these messages should be important to them and why they need to be doing these things ahead of time, because they're not going to have time in the moment. Like we said, 3 minutes or less. I've already been talking for 3 minutes. You're like, oh my God, it feels like an hour. But it's not a lot of time to get out. And you see we're hitting our 3 key messages there: smoke alarms, escape planning, close before you doze. And I know that you all have lots of other messages that you're trying to get across all the time. You only have so much time with them. But at least what you're going to hear from us for right now, our messages to the public that we've created these resources around for you, are going to focus on those 3 key messages, okay? Who here has not heard about Close Before You Doze? Just trying to get to read the room a little bit. So no hands, that's awesome. All right, my friend from Safe Kids, I'm hoping it's going to end up in your Safe Sleep program, so we're going to talk after today. But this initiative is not just something fun that we made up. This is based off of 10 years of research with FSRI, coming out of all of our studies you can see here on the screen. Each one of these, we kept seeing this pattern of the difference that a closed door makes during a fire. Now, that's not news to the fire service. We know what that does. But in seeing it over and over again in our research, and then some firefighters from around the country came to us who are now part of our Public Safety Education Advisory Group. They said, the public doesn't know the importance of closing a door before a fire. And we need to do something about that because we see the dramatic difference that it can make, and that can save a life. It can make a 900-degree difference. It can change the amount of carbon monoxide being let into the room. And the video I'm going to show you, which actually I might not because most of you might have seen it, we know that dramatic difference that it can make, but the public is not aware of that. And we also know that, according to NFPA, 50% of home fire deaths take place between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m., when most people are sleeping. And so that, coupled with the impact that that closed door can make, is why we created this initiative to get people to close their door before they go to bed. Because when a fire's igniting in your living room, and it looks like the video that we just watched, how fast that smoke is moving through, if that door's open 3 minutes or less, that smoke is filling your bedroom, and we all know what's going to happen then. Sure, hopefully they've got smoke alarms, but still, not a lot of time to get out, and they've already been exposed to those elements. What if they have a disability? What if their gym's, group that can't see? They're gonna need more time to get out, and that door's gonna buy them time. Who in here has seen the dramatic difference video? Better question, who's not seen the dramatic difference video? All right, Teresa, do I have enough time to do a couple extra things? All right, we're gonna play this video. If you've seen it, see if you can pick up something new. All right, we're gonna go back a slide because that's not it. Sorry, here we go. Let's give it a few minutes here. All right, for those of you that have probably watched this for the millionth time, still get something out of it? Still good? Okay. I hate to continue to show it if people have already seen it, but for those in the room that have not seen it, what do you think? Any thoughts you want to share? Have you ever seen the difference that it makes before? Was that new to you? Okay. Well, we love to use this video because it does give that exact visual, right? There really wasn't another way that we could show it to you. And within 24 hours of sharing that video on Facebook, it had 1 million views. Now for a PSA, that's really good. But that's not to pat ourselves on the back. That's more to just say it's really important how you develop your content, and it's really important that you make your messages relevant to who you're talking to, because we love fire safety. That's what we care about, but that's not everybody's cup of tea. When I go to a party and I talk about fire safety, I start to roll, but I come to you guys and you're like, all right. So you have to figure out what is the one thing that's going to reach them. And by having moms, regular people, not actors, and people seeing how they reacted to seeing it and putting themselves in those shoes and realizing that that house was filled with normal today furniture, really made it stick home to people. So that video is a resource for you to use however you want to use it. It is free to download. If you have issues, let me know. These are just some of the quick hitting facts. And just like our Safe Kids friend website there, we've got a whole toolbox filled with lots of resources for you to use, including that video and many more. And with that, we really wanted to transform this message from just a Fire Prevention Month topic to something that we're thinking about and sharing every single day. And there's several of you in the room who I've met before today, some I'm meeting for the first time in person today, and there's many of you that are already doing this and including it in your home fire safety checks in Montgomery County. You have pens and fun materials that you give out, giving presentations. So there's so many different ways that you can use this program and get it out to your community outside of just Fire Prevention Month. And that's why we have these tools created for you. This is an example of a real life situation. So just a couple examples here. So that was obviously an in real life situation, and we're hearing about these more and more, which it's unfortunate the fires are happening at all, but thankfully people like yourselves are getting out into the communities and sharing that message, and as you can see, it is saving lives. Here's just a couple pictures, some specifically from Maryland. You might recognize a couple things there. Different creative ways of getting this message out, billboards, apparatus. If you're a fan of Legos, I know I am, and Teresa and I are going to have a competition at some time this year, I think. But we've got door hangers, stickers, all those kinds of things for you to get as a little outreach kit and then take it out to your community to make sure that they're understanding this message. Sometimes the mouse gets stuck. All right. every year we do a consumer perception survey, and we survey people on what they know about fire safety, what's changed over the years, smoke alarms, closed doors, escape plans, etc. And this is one of the statistics that I just wanted to call out. Over the last, I want to say we've been doing it since 2018. So since then, the statistic has grown over time. But now, 91% of people that hear about close before you doze change their behavior. And so I tell you that so that it is a motivation to include it in your messaging if you can, because 91% of people will change if they just hear about it. And you've got the power to give that message, so please do. And since 2020, since we had this awesome news, what's the word I'm looking for? It scans the news stories that are coming through. The word is escaping my mind. But since 2020, we have found now, according to last week, 71 documented lives saved due to closed doors. I say documented because there's likely more, but these are just the ones that are called out in media stories, folks giving me a call and letting me know, finding it on social media. So there's likely more that are out there, but 71 in 2 years, that's pretty awesome. So pretty excited about that, and we want to see that continue instead of going the other way. Again, First Responders Toolbox, we have all these free to download resources for you on closeyourdoor.org. I did bring some in the back for you. Teresa, how much time do I really have? All right, sweet. I'm going to share a couple more things with you then. So that's specifically close before you doze. I know a lot of you in the room are pretty familiar with that, so that's great. Smoke alarm messaging. I know that is not new to all of you. I totally recognize that, but we do have a resource for you. We've got a campaign called the Smoke Alarm Friendship Stories, and we've got some videos on our website for that. And basically, the focus of that is to treat smoke alarms like a good friendship. You got to maintain it, right? You can't just set it and forget it. And even when we talked about this morning about replacing it after 10 years, that still counts as maintaining because you've got to remember to do that. And there might not be Alexa in 10 years to remind you, so you got to figure out a way to know what you need to do. But three out of 5 home fire deaths are taking place in homes where there's either no smoke alarm or no working smoke alarm. And like Ken talked about this morning, that one of the leading causes of that is nuisance alarms. And so he talked about the standard change, so I won't get into that. But the point of showing this is people, like you know, just don't realize why they need to have smoke alarms. So they're not really going to care what kind of technology it is, where am I going to put it. I mean, we care. Eventually that needs to be part of the conversation. But you need to be able to open the door to have that conversation by letting them know why do they need it? Why is this so important? Because they only have 3 minutes or less. They need that early detection. They need that early warning to get out. So they need to treat their smoke alarm like a friend and maintain that friendship. So here's a quick video. All right, one more real quick. This one's my favorite. So those are just two examples. We've got a series of about 6 of them and a whole series of animated ones as well that we try to focus in on either holidays, including hashtag days like National High Five Day, or even, just lost my train of thought, the moments in time in people's lives when they're more likely to think about fire safety. So you just saw one of the examples, moving into a new home, having kids, and we have another one that's relatively new called Work from Home Buddies that focuses on, you know, while some of us may be returning to the office, your smoke alarm should always be working at home. So trying to kind of make some fun, relatable messages there in contrast to some of our more serious videos. Last thing that I really want to touch on today is home fire escape plans. Again, not a new topic to you, but maybe just a new way of thinking about it. So we often talk about having 2 ways out of every room, right? Has anybody ever been asked, what do I do if I can't get out? Right? What do you tell them? Right. Okay. Is that in your materials that you're giving them? Is that in your escape plan guide that you're giving them? Well, you're just ahead of the game, so that's awesome. I hope it is. And if it's not, we do have a new resource for you. Again, I brought some in the back. You can download it. It looks like this. But it's as much of a guide to actually draw out your map as it is a conversation guide. And so you see a lot of information there. Maybe that's overwhelming, but we wanted to take up as much real estate as possible to give them all of this information to go home, have those conversations, and then make informed decisions. Because you can draw your map on any sheet of paper, right? We do have a grid sheet as a 3rd page printable option. But if they just printed this double-sided, or you just printed double-sided, good to go. But the 2 ways out, we're calling that Plan A, Plan B, and then for the can't get out, Plan C. Again, maybe you're already thinking about that. Maybe you're already talking about it that way. Perfect. So I'm behind the ball here. I apologize. Yes, sir. Yeah. Pre-plan. Right, that's part of creating your plan, right? And practicing it. When we did our survey, of course I don't remember the exact numbers, but out of the, let's say 60% of people that said that they had a plan, only like 40% of them practice it. So they might have thought, yeah, my plan B is to go out of that window, but they don't know if it opens. So they need to make that part of their plan. So plan A, B, and C for if you can't get out. And that's where we're pulling in our closed door messaging. Close before you doze, close the door on the way out, close the door if you can't get out, because that might be the only barrier that you have while you're waiting for the fire department to come get you, okay? So I'm glad that a lot of you have already been talking about this, but I do hope that these can be resources for you to continue that conversation and something that you don't have to, recreate the wheel or make your own content for that. I know I am at time, so all right. This is the last resource for you. Again, I have materials on the back. This is something called UL Explore Labs. It's a middle school program. This video will tell you about it. This video will tell you about it. This video will tell you about it. We're almost there. Okay. just going to turn the volume down so I can talk over it for just a second. This is an online but also could be in-person program geared towards middle school students. Would love to see this taught in Maryland schools. If you are interested at all in learning more about this, my card is on the back. Send me an email, but you can just type in ulexplorelabs.org. There's a card in the back, and check it out for yourselves. They can do it online. Teachers can teach it in the classroom. Fire department can come in and do hands-on experiments with teens. It's awesome. So would love to talk to you guys more, but I know I'm taking up extra time, so thank you so much. And again, if you've got questions, I have to head out pretty soon, but I've got cards in the back, okay? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jim Resnick. I am the president of FABSCOM, which is the Fire and Burn Safety Coalition of Maryland. I'm also a fire safety educator in Montgomery County with a focus on fire safety for older adults. We used to call them seniors, but now that I'm one, I call it older adults. And I am here to introduce to everyone, kind of virtually, E. Breen Duggins, who goes by Bree. B-R-E is what we call her. I put some contact information here on the board. I'll write it on that side in a few minutes so that everyone in the room has access to this. If you're watching this online, we'll make sure to share this with you. Bree is from North Carolina. She is amazing. I've had the opportunity to see her present a number of times. I've had the opportunity to meet her. She's an extraordinary person, a great educator. And because of the North Carolina to Maryland thing, we couldn't get her here in person today, but I'll guarantee you this virtual presentation will get you going. Speaking of getting you going, we're going to do a quick little exercise for those of us that are here in the room. Please stand up if you have a lot of free time. Good answer. Please stand up if you have a huge community risk reduction budget. So far, no one's standing. Please stand up if you need data to show the effectiveness of your community risk reduction and fire prevention programs. Who here, stand up if you need data to show the effectiveness of your program. Why are you guys sitting down? Everyone in this room should be standing up. We need to show what we're doing. We need to be able to tell those stories. Who here is, and you don't have to stand up, but a show of hands, during calendar year 2022, who here is planning to have in-person events in their fire department, either tours, open houses, or something like that? Just about everybody. Good. What's that? Good. I'm thrilled that you had them last year, and I'm glad we're getting back to some kind of normal. Who here has ever been to the Cheesecake Factory or, and Lenny Carmichael has left, so I can't say Mastories unless, does anyone know Mastories? Does anyone know that place? In New Jersey. Sugar. I forget the name of the town in New Jersey. Here's my point. You ever been to the Cheesecake Factory? How big is the menu? War and Peace, okay? When you go there, you can't order War and Peace. You can't order everything. But what you do is you select a few things that you really like and you narrow it down. Here's my point. Grab a blank piece of paper. No offense to Chief Carmichael, but if you're not planning on becoming a fire chief anytime soon, grab his piece of paper, flip it over to the back, or any piece of blank paper. While you're watching Bree's presentation, write down a couple of the things that she's going to throw at you. And she's going to throw a lot of things at you. And then, after you're all done, circle one or two and follow up with those things. The other really cool thing, who's got their thumb drive that they got from attending today? Bree's presentation that you're about to see is on that thumb drive. The whole thing, which is 52 minutes and 51 seconds, basically 53 minutes long. You don't have to watch all of that. The first couple of minutes, she's going to be introducing herself. The very end, it's like this stuff, the wrapping it up. So really, and if you speed it up, if you do it like on 1.5 times, in a half hour, you or someone else in your department who you can share that thumb drive with can get the information. Because I'm not a good IT person, but I know some people who will really dig this stuff. So take about 53 minutes now. Let's watch and learn from Bree. She's amazing. There's her contact information. I have a whole other bio for her, but she's going to give it.
Hey guys, I am excited to be here with you today. Today's session is called Let's Get Engaged. This is a technology and education mashup. So we are going to talk about all kinds of awesome tools in order to get engaged with your audience, both in person and virtually. I hope that y'all are excited. I hope you are ready to learn some cool new things. I hate that I'm not with you in person, but you know how the world is right now. But I'm so happy that we do have the ability for me to be with you virtually. Hopefully down the road, we'll be able to do something in person. So if y'all are ready, let's get started. To start off the bat, I need to probably introduce myself. My name's Brene Duggins, aka Mrs. D. Many people know me as Mrs. D from Mrs. D's Virtual PD. I am the Fire Prevention Coordinator and Training Captain at Holly Grove Fire Department in Central North Carolina. I've been in the fire service for 20 years, and all but one of those has been doing fire prevention and education. Before anybody asks, yes, I do still ride the fire truck. I do still drive. I do still fight fire. But one of my main hats is that I have been doing fire prevention and education. I'm the one that does a lot of the planning, building programs. I take care of our social media. I help other departments as well, working on their programs and digitizing, working on virtual learning. I'm the chair of the North Carolina Fire and Life Safety Educator Eastern Region, as well as the second vice chair for the North Carolina Fire and Life Safety Educator State Council. And our state council is the group that actually puts on our state conference, our Fire and Life Safety Educator Conference, which is a really neat program. I love this outreach to be able to work with other educators across the state and from other states as well. We have a number of people from other states that actually come down to North Carolina to participate in our conference, which is pretty cool. But I'm actually a volunteer. My entire career in the fire service has been as a volunteer. So I have a day job. And my day job is as the media coordinator at Oak Grove High School, which is a brand new school. Actually, we've been open. This is our 5th year. So in the middle of all this, we've had all these crazy COVID years. So we really haven't had a normal school year since we opened. But I am the media coordinator, which is the librarian. And so I'm in charge of not only the books in the library, but all the technology in the building, all the Chromebooks, teaching our educators how to use and integrate technology tools with their students. And during COVID, my job was to help our teachers understand and work with our children virtually. This is my 19th year teaching in the public schools. And I always laugh. I've been in the fire service 1 year longer than I've been in my career. I actually joined as a college senior at UNC Charlotte. I've been in the media center 15 years. So I have 15 years of helping others integrate all these tools and giving them tips and tricks to use in their classroom. And what's really neat is about 10 years ago, I got asked in my state association to present on using smart boards, and that started all of this. They wanted me to show educators when they got into a classroom and the teacher said, hey, we've got a smart board if you want to use it, what could they do with it? And that kind of piggybacked and started all of this, and COVID amplified it even more. One of the things I also am so blessed to have been able to do is be a past president of the North Carolina School Library Association, which has given me access to so many resources as well to be able to bring back and share with not only my educator buddies in the building, in my school building, but my fire educator buddies across the country. So if y'all are ready, we are going to get started. Buckle up. I hope you are ready. One thing I am going to say is that don't stress. I am going to share my notes with you. All of the slides with all these links, all these videos, you are going to get a copy of. And so stick around. Make sure that you hang with me until the very end, because in order to get these slides, there is a survey that I need you to fill out at the very end, which is one of the pieces that we're going to be talking about today and about data collection. And it's also how I'm going to send you the slides and show you how you can send certificates and stuff as well. So before we get started, take a breath, let it out. And I'm going to go on and tell you, don't get overwhelmed. We are going to talk about a lot of stuff today. And I know that right now we probably have people that are green, that are brand new, that are newbies, that are going, oh my. And we got people that are, been around a while, they're good with technology, and y'all are gung-ho and ready to get started. I'm going to show you things that are going to work for everybody on that spectrum. And what I don't want you to try to go back and use all of this at one time. If you do, you're going to be overwhelmed. So do not panic. Start with one or two ideas and then come back for more. Like I said, I'm giving you my slides. So the way you pick what you're going to start with is we're going through and we're talking about things. If you have that light bulb moment, you go, glitter and lights and neon, and you go, oh my gosh, I know exactly what topic, what lesson, how I can use this, what group, and that light bulb goes off. That's the one you start with. So pick one or two of those light bulb moments, start there, and then come back to my slides for more. This is a recording, so hopefully we'll be able to give you access to the recording later as well. So come back, get more ideas, and then you can keep on rolling. So let's go on and talk about the agenda. What is a mashup? We're going to talk about tech tools that I love. We're going to talk about interactive presentations. We're going to talk about games, buzzers, and tools, and then some of my favorite tips and tricks and some of my favorite tools. So what is a mashup? A mashup is kind of like lightning learning. It is fast-paced. I'm going to give you a snippet. It's almost like a taste test. I'm going to give you little bitty tastes of a lot of different things and resources for you to go and investigate more. Meaning I'm going to talk about something. I'm going to give you links, tutorials, videos, so that when you get back, you're going to be able to learn more about those. The reason that I do that is so many conferences that I have even sat in, and I actually just got home from the North Carolina Technology Conference. I sit in a session and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. I watch how somebody does it, and I get back to school or back to my fire department and I'm like, I don't remember what they did. I know they told me how to do this, but I don't remember what they did. And I have been there, so I want to give you the resources to be able to go back, pick what you want to do, and then come to the slides and find that information. So are y'all ready? We're going to get started. We have such a short period of time. I want to make sure we get through everything. The first off is tech tools I love. These are things for creating, teaching, and things that I use like every day. The very first one is Canva. If you are not using Canva, oh my gosh, you're missing out. It is an amazing tool that makes all of your handouts, your social media posts, your flyers, your videos, they look professional in just minutes. And I love that. There are so many templates that are available, and this is just some of them. You can go search. If you have a YouTube channel, it actually has the templates for the intros to your YouTube channels. It has Zoom backgrounds. There are presentation slides. I use it constantly for social media. It is freemium. There is a free version. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to tell you if I pay for something. I do not pay for this one. I started out with just the free account. If there were images that were a cost, I usually imported my own. I'll take a lot of my own photos, so I would import my own photos, or I would use tools that were copyright friendly to get images and use those. Now, if your department is a nonprofit, I'm going to go in and tell you that second link right here, go apply for the nonprofit account. It opens up, there is there's no paid version anymore when you get the nonprofit account, and it opens up hundreds of thousands of images, of videos, of sounds, of templates, and they're specific to that world. And I have the education account for school, and I have a nonprofit account for like the State School Library Association. So I have seen both of them. Both are absolutely amazing. There's also a cell phone app, and I use it when I am on the go, if I'm on a call, if I am at the department, or if I'm at school too, and I need to create something on the fly, I can access Canva on my cell phone, and everything that is on the web-based version shows up there. So any templates I've built, like I have some that are for our website, I have some that are social media, and I just drop the info in and images. They're all there, and I can do it on my phone, and I can turn around and post. Another thing is, if you are interested in Canva and have never used it before, this link at the bottom is a session I did that's a community risk reduction on using Canva, and it goes through the basics of getting started. Canva, definitely check it out. The next one is Gently. This one is also an amazing tool. It is freemium, so I have never paid for this one. It helps you teach. You can create games. You can gamify your slides. You can help create practice templates. You can embed things easily on your website. You can post things. If you look over here on the left, there's some awesome options and templates. This is one that I have been using for about the last year and a half. I love it. It helps me. I embed pieces on my school website and my fire department website, and they're interactive. So it is me not having to use it in our clunky web tool that our district has. I can actually create something that is a lot more professional looking and user friendly for people to interact with, and it's awesome. So if you're creating infographics, you can actually make them interactive, where when they click on things, information pops up or a video pops up. So this is one that I would say go check out. It is amazing. And I also have a tutorial over here for creating interactive presentations. The next is Google Tools. I know that not every location, not every department uses Google. And this is the cool thing, is you don't have to have a G Suite account for your department to use Google Tools. You can create a free Gmail account and have access to these. I use them constantly. My fire department has G Suite, and I'm the admin for our G Suite account. We can collaborate in real time. So right now we're getting ready for our ISO inspection, and we have a Google Drive that all of the officers are working out of, and we are dropping files in. We have documents we can type to each other in. Everybody can type and work in those documents at the same time if we want them to. So as long as we share it with them, they can do that. So you can work on planning stages for projects, for lesson plans. You can create brainstorming documents. You can actually gather info from participants during the session using Google Tools. And that's one of those things that I really love. And even like one of them with the slides and presentations like this is I can actually turn on Q&A mode, and you can ask me questions in real time. Because this is pre-recorded, I wasn't able to turn it on to show you. But in a live session, even in a classroom with people in there, I can turn that on, and as I'm going, people can ask questions. It's shareable. We can share with our audience. We can embed these on our website, which is awesome. I do this all the time. We can also share these on social media. And oh my goodness, this is one of my favorites. We can gather data, and data is so important. Everything we do in education and community risk reduction is so data heavy. And even in the education world, in the public schools, everything relies on data. Everything we do, we need to back up with data. And so Google Forms has been one of my best friends to gather that. It could be from beginning stages where I'm doing registration. It could be doing quizzes and gathering people's understanding. I could have anticipatory sets at the beginning of a session. What you will see at the end of this session is I'm doing a Google form for you to sign in. It gives me the ability to gather email addresses, who attended, how many people did I reach, and it also gives me the ability to also do a little survey about how the session went, suggestions, Was it beneficial, things like that. So it gives me that ability to evaluate and work on things for me for my next session so that I can get better. That's one of those things, is that we always need to reflect, and this gives us that ability to gather data to do that. When we're doing like Google Forms, or even just Google Docs, Google Slides, we can do registration. We can create those anticipatory sets for the beginning. We can do questionnaires. You can send out questionnaires as a Google Doc and people type in it, or you can have it as a Google form. We can create worksheets, like interactive worksheets that you're going to see a little bit later. We can create guided notes to help them. We create most of the notes but leave blanks for certain sections, and then as you are presenting, they fill in the blanks. So they're not having to write out everything, they're just writing the most important parts. Creating handouts for them to take back, end of course surveys, quizzes. I love that Forms now has quiz mode, so we can turn it into a quiz and have it score it for us. We can create certificates, which is how I do my certificates for sessions that I present. And there is so much more that Google tools do. And one of my favorite features is that a lot of this can be done in real time. We can have a document going, which was really cool. From the conference that I just attended, there were 3,000 attendees. And we had a Google Doc. It was actually a Google slide where there were all these slides, and people were told, hey, grab a slide. You go to a session, jot your most important notes. If there's handouts, if there's slides, throw those in. And it's a collaborative document that we can, when we get back home, we can go and access for more information for all these sessions. And somebody else may have caught information that I didn't. And that's what I love about it. The next one is one of my faves that works with Google tools. This is Autocrat. This is a Google add-on for Google spreadsheets, so Google Sheets. And so I've given you a couple links. This first one is actually to the add-on page that gives you details on how to add it. It is free. It will take your Google spreadsheet data and you can turn it into a document. So imagine a registration and it's all dropped into a spreadsheet and you're like, oh my gosh, how am I going to keep track of this person's info and this and this? We can use Autocrat, and every person could have an individual document that has their name, their address, their phone number, their demographics. So if I need to look at Mrs. Jones' sheet and her answers, and let's say we go to a house fire at Mrs. Jones' house, and we had been doing a smoke alarm canvas and she had filled out this Google form for us, we can pull the data from that sheet and have it on that document all in one place using Autocrat. We can do certificates, which is what I will do for this session. I also do this for our Fire and Life Safety Educator Conference in North Carolina. I have all of our certificates. When people fill out their surveys, it creates their certificates for them and it's automated. I don't have to do anything. I have it set to a trigger. So if somebody fills out the form, it creates the certificate for them. And so that's one of the really cool things that can be done. You can also send emails with information as well. And so I love that part, is that it is completely automated. My website is now the same way using Autocrat. When on my PD website, like my professional development website, if you go back and you watch a session from, a year and a half ago and you participate in it, you watch the session, you complete the questionnaire and answer questions about the session. When you complete that, it will send you the certificate for CEUs. Many departments, at least down here for ISO, we have to maintain a certain number of hours in order for our educators to be counted for our insurance ratings. And so with COVID, we had a lot of people that couldn't go, and there wasn't a lot of stuff being offered face-to-face. So a lot of online sessions happened. And so people needed those CEUs. And so that's how this was done. So down at the bottom, there are two links. One is to a document on using Autocrat step-by-step, and it takes you through the process. And then the other is a video about using Autocrat to automate your documents. The next one is one of my faves to use. It is QR codes. And I know that people say these have been around for a long time. I'm so amazed sometimes at so many people still aren't taking advantage of things that they can do. Imagine using QR codes like signs on the truck that take people to your department website, or it's signs on the truck for Fire Prevention Week and it takes them to your Fire Prevention Week page or to a Fire Prevention Week video. You could have signs during drive-through events. We did our Halloween event as a drive-through this year, and we had signs, as people were driving through different sections, when they scanned, it took them to a video or an activity to do with their family while they were waiting in line. You could have them on banners like down here below. Do you know the sounds of fire safety? And you can scan the QR code to find out, do you know the sounds? So this is one for last year's Fire Prevention Week, where when they scan it, it takes them to an interactive activity that they can use. You can have them on activities and presentations, very similar to this one right here. This one was one that for elementary schools where when they scanned the QR code, it gave them a sound and they had to identify what sound they heard. And then at the bottom, it was the I Spy Sounds of Fire Safety video from NFPA. There's so many options. I mean, you could do self-guided tours around a park where you have signs, almost like the story walks where they have the pages of a book when people are walking a track. You can have a self-guided tour where you have those same things in their QR codes, and as families are walking, when they scan them, it has like story times or videos, or gives them a safety message as they're moving. If you're looking for ideas, I have a presentation here on using QR codes. So if you click that, it'll give you even more, tons of ideas and how to create them. The next are two tools that I use all the time. I'm like almost every day. Cool Text is a free website that has fun fonts to spice up your presentations. You can save them as a PNG file with a transparent background, which I love. This down here was done with Cool Text, and as you can see, it's flaming. Not all of them are moving. I use a lot of the stationary text in images and posters all the time. The other are Bitmojis. It is an app on your cell phone, and there's also a Chrome extension. You can customize your characters. As you can see right now, my little girl up here is in her fire gear. Down here is me whenever I'm back at school. I have attire saved in her wardrobe to bounce back and forth. I also change her based on the weather sometimes. And so I use them just to add excitement to slides, get people's attention. I also have a flat Bree firefighter, similar to the flat Sparky, that we use and take pictures of as well. And you can use them in the Bitmoji classrooms that a lot of people have been building. And I have a session. If you click over here on the emoji, it will take you to a link to a session I did on Cool Text and Bitmoji, and it talks about creating the Bitmoji classrooms as well. So now we're going to get to some fun stuff, some even more fun stuff. A lot of people ask about interactive presentations, and this is going to give you some ideas to make face-to-face and virtual presentations interactive. Now that we're back in starting to baby step back into face-to-face, we still can use so many of the tools that we were using in the virtual environment face-to-face. So we don't want to get rid of all those presentations. We want to keep using them. So one thing that is really cool is drag and drop activities. And these are activities where literally you can drag and drop answers. It's like a worksheet. They can be shared with families to complete them at home. They can be done if you're in a face-to-face environment and classes have Chromebooks, tablets, even interactive boards like Promethean or smart boards. They can drag them to answer, and then they can submit them to see if they're correct. This is like the cut and paste activities that we used to do. Anybody in here old enough to remember the cut and paste, and we'd have to glue the backs and stick them on, and as a teacher, it freaked me out because there was glue everywhere. There were kids with papers on their foreheads. So this takes all of the glue out. So let me show you an example of a drag and drop activity. When you click this one, it's going to ask you to make a copy, and I did this so that you have your own version of this. So this is a what's hot, what's not sorting activity, and this is from the NFPA from 2 years ago when we were doing kitchen safety. So when we get to this, if you notice, we have our hot section and our not hot. This is for our early kids that are non-readers. And so I am going to go through, give me just a second to get my tools back on. And I'm going to turn my film strip off so that now they don't see a lot of the other stuff. Oh, yeah, there we go. And now what they can do is they can go through and say, is this hot? Is this not? So we're looking at our fire pit. Well, yep, that's hot. So they'll come over and they'll drag it to the hot section. Oops, Sparky. Sparky's not hot. Our book is not hot. Oop, our candle's hot. So they can go through and they can move the items. And it gets kids interactive. If you've got a Promethean board or a smart board in a classroom, you can throw this up, take off that film strip, and the kids literally come up with their finger or come up with a pen and they drag and drop them. If they are on their Chromebook or their tablet, then they can use their mouse, and this helps also with their mouse skills, which is also an information and technology skill in the school system, is especially with these early kids, kindergarten, first grade, they're having to learn to manipulate things on their screen. So it's also helping them with that component. And so then they can go through and they've moved everything on, and you can do a check. You can give the teachers like a key that, so if they do it in the classroom. And so it's a really neat activity. So this has videos for how to do, how to do these, create these. So this one talks about drag and drop in Google Slides, and this one is also another one. So I've got 3 videos here that show you different ways to do this. The next one is creating interactive presentations. And this one, oh my goodness, I love interactive presentations. There's so many options. There could be choice boards. There could be the Bitmoji classrooms. You could have even games, digital games, where that when they move their game piece, it tells them what they need to do. You could have quiz shows where a question pops up on the screen, and whenever they click on an answer, it either tells them if it's right or wrong. If they're right, it goes to the next question. If they're wrong, it may take them to a video to rewatch, relearn, reteach, and then it takes them to the question again for them to answer. So there's all kinds of options. So here is a presentation on creating these yourself. I have 3 awesome videos that are up here that show you how to create it. And then this is an example of one as well. This one was done for Fire Prevention Week 2 years ago about kitchen safety. So we're going to click on items around the kitchen and to learn about safety tips. And yes, my hair is blue there. I told y'all I changed my Bitmoji. I changed my Bitmoji like I changed my hair. You never know what color or style it's going to be. And she had blue hair at the time. So when we come here, they're going to move around, and there's a couple of things that you'll notice that are like clip arts. They stick out a little bit. So when they come around, they can click on something and it'll say a message about fire safety. So this one was about being smart when you're cooking and using a timer to remind you that you are cooking, because, you know, unattended cooking was one of the leading causes of kitchen fires or home cooking fires. And so each one of these has a message. And all of these images are straight from the NFPA website in their toolkit. So whenever like last year's Fire Prevention Week thing came up about the sounds of fire safety, you can drop these in. Same will go with whatever the new theme is that they'll announce in June. And so being able to create these that they can interact with is pretty cool. So this has interactive presentations, how to create them. A lot of it's done with creating hyperlinks. I love that Google Slides can be nonlinear. And so it can move in and out of order. And that's how we create those. And you can make images the hyperlinks. You can make links the hyperlinks. So it's pretty cool to be able to do this. What's awesome, say you make a Bitmoji classroom, which is those rooms. It's like this down here in the bottom. And I have one of a fire station. We could do a virtual tour of our fire station from a Bitmoji classroom slide like that. Picture of the outside of our fire station. We have 3 bay doors, 2 on one side, 1 on the other. When they click on a bay door, the next picture takes us to the section in that bay that they're at. So if they're at 176 or 376, then we go to that truck. And then from there, they could hit a doorway and they could click on a door and it takes them to our radio room, or it takes us to the training room, or it takes us to the kitchen. So they could click on different pieces inside that picture and it'll take them on that tour without us really having people in the station, which was what we were having to do during COVID. We can turn pencil and paper into digital, and this is one of those that I absolutely love. You can take a handout or a worksheet and you can make it an interactive digital worksheet. And so these 3 videos take you through that step by step, and I love that. That in itself, like these couple, the drag and drop, the interactive presentations, and the digital worksheets, I could do entire sessions or entire days just showing you how to do that. And so imagine a worksheet you always use, or even imagine one of the NFPA worksheets where kids circle or they write. You can take that and put it into a Google site or a Google slide, and then you can put the text boxes over them so that they can interact with it. So you could send it home without sending the paper home. You can share it with the kids through their email and share it with the families through email, or have it on your website and they complete it. And you know how so many times papers don't get back to us. Well, you could have it where all they have to do is email the completed document back for some type of contest or prizes or giveaways, drawings, all of that. So they could complete them at home and then submit them. If your teachers are using Canvas or Google Classroom or Seesaw, there are so many ways that they could still do this, and the students can submit them back to the teachers. And so that's an easy way to do that. With Google Classroom, I love it at our elementary schools because I can give them a digital worksheet. The teachers, we come in to do our presentation. The activity that's the worksheet, the teacher assigns in their Google Classroom, which is their learning management system that they use at school. And then the students complete it at home or in class, and then they submit it to be graded by their teacher, and the teacher can share those documents with me. So it's really neat to be able to do that. Like you can see down here, there's one that they're going to be typing on. Up here's ones that they're going to be putting in order. So there's all kinds of options. There we go. The next is digital breakouts and escape rooms. I love these. This is one of those, if you've ever been to an escape room, they're so much fun. You have to problem solve, you have to think, you have to read, you have to look around, you have to investigate. And so a digital breakout takes that in that physical room and puts it in a digital format. So they have to solve a series of clues to unlock the locks. And there could be videos, there could be puzzles, there could be activity sheets. The cool thing about this one is you don't have to have any kind of special equipment. You don't have to have toolboxes. You don't have to have locks, different types of locks. And it can be done virtually or in person. I have done digital breakouts virtually, which I'm going to show you one, as well as I've done them in the classroom where the students and the adults completed them in person with me, but they just did it based on their computer. So this is one that I built for this year's Fire Prevention Week, or last year's in 2021, about the sounds of fire safety. So Sparky's mom had a problem and needed Sparky's help. The smoke alarm in her house kept making a noise and she didn't know what to do. So they had to learn about the sounds of fire safety so that he could figure out and help her know what sound her smoke alarm was making. And so if you notice, there's some links. So one is about sounds of fire safety. This one gathers some information. And then they are going to have 30 minutes. So they start their timer. So these two are clues. Over here, there's a rebus puzzle. If you've ever done the words and pictures to try to figure out what the phrase is, that's what a rebus puzzle is. Here is one of the I Spies. This one, they have to put the activity in order. What are the steps in order? And that is a lock. Here is one that is one of my slideshows, and it goes through the sounds. Like, do you know what the sound is? And so Sparky teaches them what the sound is and also what the sound means. And then this is one of my favorite tools. This is a puzzle. So they actually go through and they have to move the puzzle pieces. And when you get puzzles, this one, if you see there's a red line, what I did with the image, it's one of the NFPA images, is I underlined a specific phrase, and that's actually one of the locks. And then this one is actually a link and takes you to the video about the Great Chicago Fire. And there, one of the clues is in that. So once they have went through and they do these, they can go up here to the lock, and they can go through to the different locks and answer. So if I go through, and this is the 5-letter lock, if I go through and do KKKK, it's still locked. Did you answer in the correct order? So then that's a clue that sends them down to this one, and they've got to put the things in the right order. And one of them is about the pieces. Like the phrase lock is the pieces. The clue tells them, did you put everything in the right piece, or like in the right order or the right pieces? And it takes you to the puzzle. So there's all kinds of really cool things. Once they do that and they've got all these correct, it tells them that they broke out and gives them congratulations and tells them how they can earn a prize. This one we've put on our website. We've also shared it with the school so that the kids can do this. You can do this, like I said, in person or virtually. So if you're wanting to do some of the breakouts, I do have like links and stuff that I can share with you. This is the one of my favorite tools. It's the puzzle piece one. You can upload pictures of your own department, of your trucks, for kids to put together. And it is amazing how many people love doing puzzles on their tablets, on their computers. It's a great little extension tool, or when they have a little bit of an extra time or they finish early. Another thing I do is stations. This was actually what I was doing what my plan was for our Fire Prevention Week or Fire Prevention Month activities in October. And because of our numbers, we were not able to get into the schools. So we were going to have 5 stations for our elementary school kids. They would get to come out and visit a fire truck. We had the I Spy Sounds of Fire Safety video from NFPA on their YouTube channel and the Sparky Kids website. We also had an I Spy activity sheet on the Promethean board. And so what this one looks like is this is that I Spy video. This one has the circles. So then when they're up at the Promethean board or the Smart board, they can come over, and if they see one of the smoke alarms, they can grab the circle and drag it to find the smoke alarms. So they go through and they'll go through and find as many as they can with their groups. And then whenever they're done, they'll reset it and be able to put everything back. And the teacher has a key that'll be able to help them if they're still looking for some. So it gets them looking and investigating and taking a closer look at things than just the easy here, here, here. We have the Sparky.org website. If you have not taken advantage of the Sparky.org website, oh my gosh, you need to. When they added the Sparky's Fire Safety Club, kids love it because they can earn like the little badges. And the cool thing is they don't have to sign, like they're not having to sign in with any of their identifying information. So we had Chromebooks. We were going to have Chromebooks set up where the kids could go over, and when they were in that station, they would participate in the Fire Safety Club activities, and they can pick different activities on the Sparky.org website to earn their badges. And so that one's a cool little station as well. And then we've got the Sounds of Fire Safety presentation, and this one is that interactive presentation where they go through and they're going to listen, do you know these sounds? And so this one, when it plays, is actually the sound of the beep, beep, beep of your smoke alarm. And then what does that mean? Well, that means that the smoke alarm activated. When you hear that, do you know what to do? And it's using even the images from the NFPA website to go through and say, hey, when you hear the beep, get on your feet. It means that there's smoke or something in your house. You need to get out and stay out. And then it goes to the next sound, and this is actually the chirp, and talking about our smoke alarm battery being low. And so with it, this one was originally built for the 10-minute lesson plan about sounds of fire safety with our kids, and then we would do activities with it. And so giving a firefighter going through that with them as well, they can go through and practice. Do you know those sounds? Can we practice these sounds? And so each station kind of reinforced some safety messages. And then they always got to go to the fire truck and have some fun, got some cool prizes. All the kids love doing that as well. So it was really neat. We are hoping to be able to do this in the future. Like I said, we had to modify because we didn't get to go physically to the school building at that time. The next section is on games, buzzers, and tools. These are ways to get your audience active. The first one is Mini Meter. This one's one of my favorites. It is freemium. I have never paid for it. You can play on your phone, tablet, or your computer. There are links to how to use it, what's included in the free account, 5 ways you can engage students. You can do surveys. You can do quiz shows. I do like what yesterday was it yesterday? Oh, no, 2 days ago at the conference. I did one where at the beginning of my session, I wanted to see what their interests were or where they fell on a spectrum for how comfortable they were with something. And they dropped pins on a continuum so that I kind of knew where everybody was before my session. And then I was able to tailor that. So you can use these. There's word clouds. There's ones where they can drop in text and you can get everybody's ideas in one place. There's lots of awesome options and it's very easy to use. GimKit and Kahoot. A lot of people know Kahoot because it's been around a little bit longer. Both of these have awesome games. You do your quiz shows. They can be on a tablet, a phone, a computer. There's tons. Kahoot has been adding, and they have a lot of corporate sponsors or partners, and they have their own questions in there as well. So like if you want to do a Disney movies quiz, Kahoot has a partner with Disney, and there are all kinds of quizzes in there. GimKit was actually created by a high school student who hated doing like pencil paper quizzes. And so they have all kinds of neat little games as well. So you can ask the question and they can in live time answer. What's really cool about both of these is these can be assigned and done later. So you could do an activity in a classroom and say that they have this that they need to complete later. And then you can get a gauge on how well they understood the material. Quizzes and Quizlet are 2 more. We use both of these in the school system. My teachers love these. Everybody finds, and the reason I'm showing you a number of them is everybody finds one that fits their personality, and that's very much how education is find what works for you, what works best for you. And so that's where I'm giving you a couple options. Quizlet, a lot of people know Quizlet for the flashcards, and you can do like your Quizlet live, and you can practice the flashcards and do in game mode. And then quizzes, is very similar. It's the class quizzing. But Look It is a new one. I love this one. This one is so much fun. It is freemium. It has unlimited questions up to 60 participants. So if you're doing a session and you've got 30 or 40, this is great. If you're going to have like over 100 people in a session, this probably won't work as well unless you pay for it. Everybody gets to create. This is great for little kids. Middle schoolers love this. Even our high schoolers like it. They get to create their little characters and they earn points that they can buy things. They can spice up their characters, change their character, their avatar's clothes. They can get different avatars. They can buy things to help them during quizzes. So, for example, if any of y'all played Mario Kart or have kids that play Mario Kart, you know, when you want to throw a banana and make somebody spin out, there's things like that in this. So the more that they participate, the more points they can earn so they can go and buy things at the store. There's things like they can switch places with somebody. And those kids get strategic so that right before a quiz gets finished and they're in like a race, they'll switch places with the first place person or the second place person. I mean, it's crazy, but they love it. It gets them engaged and they're still learning and answering the questions. And that's one thing that I really love about this one. A couple times we look for things that don't have the questions themselves, but the ability for people to buzz in so that we know who's going to answer or who buzzed in first. And these are buzz tools. I could be in a room of 100 people and I'm going to ask a question, but gosh, if everybody goes, me, I don't know who answered first. And this gives me the ability to do that. Crowd Buzzer is free. You use the link. There's a YouTube video that shows you how to do that. People can connect to it on their computer, tablet, or phone. And so it gives them, they go in and put their name, and there's a buzzer. And so when they press it, it flashes the name up on yours in order. Buzz in Live is very similar as well. The downside of it is it's freemium. It's free up to 8 people. So if you're doing something with a small group, Buzz in Live is great. Crowd Buzzer is one that I go to more. And then also Cosmo Buzz is pretty cool. This one has like literally it's a red buzzer that's on your screen. And so it's another one that's free. I love that. And then Game Night Buzzer is fun because you can put it into a different mode. You can do Quiz Bowl mode, which players can buzz in at any time before you even finish with a question, or reaction mode. So I have to click a button before it allows them to answer. So a lot of times people will buzz in before you finish your question. And if you don't stop talking, sometimes will give them the answer from the rest of your question. So you get some options on that one too. So I like this one as well because you can play it in Quiz Bowl or reaction mode. The last couple things as we wrap up, these are my tips and tricks and just a few final ideas. I know we've talked about a lot of stuff and I wish we had more time to delve into some of these specifically, but I wanted to give you like lots of fun ideas. The first is to network. I know this isn't like a technology tip, but network. Go to conferences like you're at right now, or go to webinars. If you have never joined the Fire and Life Safety Educator and Coordinators Facebook group, go do that. I'm one of the admins for that group. I can help look for you. Go join. They can send out great ideas. CRRNet is a listserv that you can join that is a national listserv. I get great ideas. I get great resources, things that I have never experienced in my own department. I hear about that way, and that's been great. And then join groups in your own state. I mean, and even other states. I have been amazed at how many connections and partnerships that I have created over the last number of years with people all across the country. My first trip to NFA was in 2006 to take an education class, and I still talk to a number of people from those classes because there'll be things that I am looking for, and I will email out to the group and say, hey guys, have y'all seen this? Do you know what this is? But network, collaborate, work together. We are better when we work together, more heads. I mean, that is the big thing, is getting more ideas and working together. We do that a lot, even locally. Another is choice boards. I love these. It is awesome, especially whenever we can't always get into a classroom, is give them some choices in their learning. We could have activities for the same topic and give them options. So you can share these with teachers. You can post them on your website and have them available for families looking for fun things to do that are educational. You can have them on social media, your website. You could share them with QR codes, like want to do some activities for this weekend. This is a great way. There could be videos that they watch. You could have activities similar to some that I've shown you, some of those worksheets some of the interactive activities, like the one where they did the ice fight and drag and drops. There's all kinds of stuff. It could also be links to sparky.org activities. And so if they complete different ones, then there might be some type of prizes that they could earn. It's a really great way to organize activities. Even if we are going to be in the room face-to-face with them, we could have this up on the board and we go and click the activities as we're doing them with a class. So it could help us as well staying organized, and all we have to do is know like the file, have the slide, have the link, whatever we need to do to access it. If you're interested in these, check out Slides Mania. Their website has awesome templates, and there's a whole section just on choice words. Which kind of leads me to the next thing, is slide templates. I love these websites, Slides Carnival, Slides Go, and Slides Mania. Slides Mania has been my go-to lately. They have so many amazing templates. There are games, board games. There are digital notebooks. There are choice boards. There's regular slides. There's interactive slides. There's so many things that they have created template-wise. Slides Carnival and Slides Go have amazing presentation templates as well. They're interactive. They're bright. Like you can see, this one is actually from one of the websites, and it's bright, it's colorful, it has all of the different slides on there, it gives you different icons to use, so it spices it up just a little bit. Thank y'all so much. I know that we talked about a lot of things. Thank y'all for allowing me to come and hang out with y'all for a little bit. One thing that I do is, like I said when we were talking about Google Forms, is trying to track information and data. And if you could, please help me by gathering a little bit of data for myself and signing in. So you can scan the QR code here, or you can type in this link and it'll take you to my sign-in form. Now, that's while you're doing that, one of the things that I do with this is I'm able to keep numbers. I'm able to share with my department and keep track for myself how many people I work with or I talk to. When you're in your sessions, when you're out in the public, having things like this allows us to track information. When we're doing registration forms and I have people sign up, and let's say we have a target audience that we're trying to reach, and when we get registration numbers in, we ask some demographic questions, we may realize that our advertising did not hit the right target audience. And so we can find that out through just taking a simple registration form. Another cool thing is I can track number of clicks on these. So I know how many people have scanned the QR code and how many people clicked on the link or typed in the link or used that URL. And that gives me numbers as well. It helps me to track interactions, and are people actually seeing what I was using on the fire truck on social media. So it allows us to do that as well. So there's all kinds of really cool options and information, valuable information that we can gather. Again, thank y'all so much. And if you have any questions, or if there's anything you want more information on, please shoot me an email. I've got my school or my fire department and my personal email for my website are both on here. And then my website, busybeebree.com, is on here as well. This is where I put presentations that I do. I do live and on demand. So if you go there, you'll see previous presentations and also things that are coming up down the road. Again, thank you so much. And I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day.
And then that way you can go back and watch it. I've known Bree, actually the pandemic actually brought a lot of us together. She actually started doing stuff. I actually joined a teaching group that did Google Slides and stuff like that because I was like, how are we going to meet the masses in this way? Look, COVID brought a lot of stuff out for us, but really, this is technology that we can use so much, and it'll advance our ways of being able to engage our public. Because, you know, still, it might be saying it's gone, but per the NFL, it's gone. Per NASCAR, it's gone. But we know the numbers, it's really still here. So I just wanted to go over some things with you guys real quick so that you all see some things that are from the state perspective. First off, I did put all the stuff about the Cancer Support Network. Darby had to step down. Her husband is very sick, and he's gone through some medical issues, and she just didn't have the time and commitment. She's still there for us, but right now the walk is only being handled. So that's April 24th. Please share this with your family and friends and your departments. It's in Annapolis. Again, we're celebrating the 5th year twice over. So I couldn't get any t-shirts made because nobody could really verify or guarantee the product, but we still have stuff from what we had made already. So guess what? Everybody's getting a 5-year to go over again, you know? So it's $5, very simple. And then we do know that everybody that donated to that last walk, a banner's being made and a special thing. So if your department put in to get their logo on the t-shirt, you will get the 10 walkers, the coins for free, and then anybody after the 10, you would have to pay the $5. No, you can either email me just saying you're coming, or just show up with $5 bill, as Cindy says, because we just got to get back on track. I do know that there are some people that will be in charge of that next year. I told them that I would help them, but my plate's too full. As Cindy says, I need to take care of myself. So, first off, again, thank you. I know it's a Sunday or Saturday, starting to get nice outside. Kind of cringed because this whole weather thing. If you think about it, last Sunday and Saturday, Sunday and Monday, we had snow. And then this weekend, we had a tornado possibilities. Bethesda, I do know, had a tornado, and it was funny because Tony Pan, he's a local weatherman in the DC, Tamarind, okay, he's doing the presentation online, and he realizes that the tornado is actually going over his house. So he calls his kids that are at home playing video games and says, get to the basement, like now. So he during the live presentation, he was literally on the phone saying, hey, let's get it downstairs in the basement, you know. So it's just been a whirlwind of events for us. But again, as we all know, it's Maryland weather. We have all 4 seasons in one day. We expect it. It would be different if it wasn't that way. So a couple, we've already done this. We've already done the Safe Kids stuff. Cindy does have something real quick about the wrist watch for some they took for her. Where did it go? Yes? Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go through these real quick. Obviously, the reason we all get together at convention and spend 3 days up in room 213 at the top of the escalator is to provide children with education and their families. We also do mentoring. So for every single table we have an adult content expert. And I'll go through those very quickly, but our job is to teach people how to teach this, and it's why all of you are here today. We also want to have families. I will tell you, the children pick up the information and repeat it back to us. It's usually the long conversations are with adults who are quite sure that butter does belong on burns, and no, it doesn't. I've been a bird nurse for 40 years. But we also want everybody who comes through to think about which one of these or which 2 of these do I want to have at my firehouse by October. Obviously, no one has won the lottery. We cannot provide everybody with everything, but we do have things across the state, that can be borrowed between stations. We don't have it in every county, but we do have some things. But a lot of this can just be done by calling the Poison Center getting them to send you everything. All of the emergency departments in the state got a box from the Poison Center this year. All of our pediatric EMS champions got a portfolio with a thumb drive in it because it's the 50th anniversary of the Maryland Poison Center. We have mascots. We do have permission forms for anyone under 18, and I think our under 18-year-old has already left for the day, but we will have these signs again. We do require, and I know it's not done at every station, but we do require that every mascot have an escort. And I'll go through why at convention when we're there, but you can't see, if you've ever, how many people have worn a mascot? Okay. You can't see very far. You can't see your own feet. And we anticipate, because we haven't been there for 2 years, that this is going to be very crowded this year. So the other reason is, if you look at this little box right here, these are actually postcards that the escorts carry and give out to tell people to come up to room 213 and come join us. And a number of you in the room have been there with us. But these are the 3 mascots that are out and about. The Department of Natural Resources also brings a Smokey, and sometimes he comes up. That is a much bigger costume. So he tends to stay down in the main area. This is Dr. Jennifer Anders. She is your state pediatric medical director, and she will again be wearing this. She actually uses some of these slides in her international presentations on pediatric emergency care. But you will see a lot of different people in these. We, for this panda costume, which is very heavy, we actually have ice vests and collars. And saying that, I think we need to order them for some other folks to do that. Child passenger safety, Suzanne O'Gaitis-Jones will be there. She tries to get some current technicians to be there, but obviously booster seats and those types of things. This is Diane, who you all met today, at the bike station. We have a 911 station that has been staffed for a long time with Holly's leadership by Cecil County Department of Emergency Services, but we are looking to have different dispatchers from a variety of counties. So if you know a dispatcher who can give us 2 hours, please come. And this is old. I need a bigger picture. Holly got software that goes onto an iPad so we can actually do it as it looks like a smartphone. Medication safety is there. We'll do emergency safety. I don't have a picture of it, but we had it at the executive committee meeting in December. One of our new displays will be safe sleep. The leading cause of death in children under the age of 2 in Maryland is unsafe sleep for preventable injuries. We hope to have this. I don't know if Ron Sarnicki is working on whether or not we're going to be allowed to have an outdoor display. Yes, we will have that, plus we'll have the trailer from the fire marshal's office. Okay, new information. That's wonderful. What I am asking of the fire prevention and injury prevention life safety committee and everybody here is that you either find someone or you yourself come and staff this table. You know this inside out. We have a whole backdrop of Close the Door. We have all the Edith information. We really need someone to be there to mentor younger children. So the committee's job is this table. I organize and staff everything else, but the committee has to staff this table. Or Teresa has to come sit with me for 3 days and we have some other interactive things. That is Carrie, who just left PRMC, but they will be there, and this year they'll be doing pedestrian safety. They have done helmet safety. They've done other things for us. You have the form. While you all were here today, I have launched all the Eventbrites. All 6 of them are up there, and it's up on my professional Facebook page. So please come. And we have both blue and green polo shirts for the adults who are going to be there this year helping us out. And that's it. And oh, by the way, give us feedback. All right, Teresa, let me get it back to you. Okay. There are a number of resources that Barbara Sue puts on her Facebook page on a regular basis, so please look at that. Through the Southern Maryland Ladies Auxiliary, okay. And often it gets reposted, so. And NF